the back seat. All right, come here. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha and everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick.
And Happer.
And Happer.
Yeah,
I don't usually introduce myself.
We never say your name.
Hi, Happer. Hi.
Yeah,
you
why
doing,
don't
buddy?
we introduce you?
I don't know. Maybe I should.
Well,
I should
why
do a
don't-
better job of identifying
Why don't
myself.
you introduce you?
I'm
That's-
Connor
I'm
Happer.
Connor Happer.
That's John. That's Josh and Nick.
Exactly. We could all introduce everyone if we really wanted to, but it feels like that might be overkill. Maybe.
Perhaps.
We were having a fun, interesting conversation during the break. Josh, what is up with you and truck drivers?
Yeah.
You're anti-truck driver?
Why are you You're anti-farmer. You're anti-truck
What
driver.
on earth?
You know, my uncle was a farmer.
White collar Josh here
No, I
to
just-
look down my nose.
Josh.
You blue collar, calloused hands,
I love
hardworking
blue
folks.
collar workers.
My uncle Kevin is a truck driver and a farmer.
I was just saying, picking up oil at 2 a.m. sounds like a job I
Why would
It's
you
not
say
about
that?
the oil, though.
No, but that's the part of that sounds not fun to me. It's the picking up of the oil. Oil after a day of frying is stinky.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That part would stink about it, literally and figuratively.
Now, why were you talking about that job in particular?
Saw a job to apply for, and I was like, nah, not for me.
LinkedIn
Yeah.
fed you.
It was like, hey, we think you'd
Well,
be
I hear
good
it's
at
a dangerous-
picking up oil.
I hear it's a dangerous job these days.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I heard there's definitely one available, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Stibbs is on one today because
Hell yeah.
his first interaction was there a fist fight between Odson and Bishop?
Oh, nice.
Where did I mean? I don't have any.
Oh,
notes
yeah,
on
this
me.
is
yeah.
because of Odson's thing.
Oh yeah,
What
Josh.
happened?
Josh did a rant today
About?
about the Cubs,
Huh.
the Cubs
Oh.
fans.
Oh,
what did he-
tell me.
Oh yeah.
Odson,
What did-
get
what
your-
did-
I don't wanna
what did
misrepresent-
Jerk Store say?
I don't want to.
Yeah, actually, Odson, get in here.
I don't want to misrepresent what he said. So
Interesting that Braves fan who roots for a very problematic nickname
Ah,
team.
interesting.
and very problematic players on the problematic team who he says he has no opinions about.
Wait, who's
But-
this? Who's their problematic player?
Marcell Ozuna.
Oh, God, what does that guy do? I don't know.
Check him out.
All right.
Probably stands menacingly with a bat in his hand.
Mm.
Does.
But
you
there
know-
he is.
All right.
All right. Yep. I'll
Come
step away
explain
now.
yourself, Braves boy, wearing a Blue Jays hat.
It's really an anti-Yankees hat, but
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So-
Zuna, bad stuff.
I have no opinion on Marcelo Ozuna. That's famously been my take.
bad stuff. Anyway,
All right.
sorry.
So what hit me here.
I have this opinion that since baseball's been a random champion generator sport the last 4 or 5 years or so,
Yeah.
I find it puzzling that Cubs fans are like, oh, my Cubbies, they should be drawn and quartered because they can't hit, and I hate them, but whatever. Okay, it's fine.
Hold on. Who's saying
Root
this?
your team. Root for your team.
That does sound
That
kinda
is
like
no,
you.
it's not. It's
Yeah,
not. Hey,
no.
we're fine. No,
Johnny kind of
their
nailed it.
offense sucks.
Yeah, but yesterday
Yeah.
you were like, it's fine. It's not a big deal if we
Pete Crow Armstrong should be shot in the middle of Wrigleyville.
I
Oh,
never
hate him
said
so
that.
much,
He should
but
go pick
they're
up
my
oil.
Cubbies.
I never said that.
lose. This is funny.
No, it was the implication, though, John.
Many Cubs fans are irate with their team
Well, they
when they
should
could
be.
just root for their team in the random baseball playoffs.
Mm.
A lot of other teams would like to be in your
Listen,
position.
yeah, they would.
Happer would.
They would.
Mhm.
They would. But it would be nice if they would
My
show up,
Cubbies,
and get more than 3 runs in a game, which they haven't famously done yet in the playoffs. Is it
They should do
so
that, by the
much?
way.
Is it so much to ask more of your team? If you ask more of your team, they might deliver, unlike a certain team that probably should have been in the division race this year and finished 15 games under 500.
Who's that?
Maybe if
Oh, is that the
team,
Braves?
maybe if the fans of that team would have
Mm.
insisted upon changing their problematic nickname and winning games, maybe they wouldn't be judgmental on us.
This isn't about me. I've been in favor of changing the name of the team to the Hammers for a long time.
Nice. Named after Hammer and Hank.
That's right.
That way, when you do the chop, you can be like, no,
No,
It's
it's
a
a hammer. It's a
hammer.
hammer.
Mm.
That's a funny idea.
Okay.
Everyone's doing it like this with something in their hand the whole
I
time.
wasn't giving you the middle finger. I was trying to do a thumbs up.
Exactly.
So that's just.
I like that.
Don't be mad at your team. They're here. They have a chance.
They do. Anything can happen in baseball, John. That's what they
Yeah,
say.
anything could happen. I would like to see some of the other anything to happen.
Remember
We've seen plenty of the we can't score runs anything. Now I'd like to see the anything where they score runs.
What if your pitchers just pitched better and then your 2
They-
runs would be enough?
Yeah, why don't like the 2001 Diamondbacks.
Well,
Johnson, Schilling.
they scored.
man,
they scored a few more runs than the Cubs have so far.
It always
That's
comes
true.
back to the 2001
It was a
Diamondbacks
great
with you.
World Series,
It was
Nick.
pretty good.
It was a great World Series.
It was.
Awesome. This was fun.
No fist fight. Just
Okay,
curious.
you're entitled to your opinion.
We
By the way, my
love
thing's
our
freezing.
Cubbies,
Oh, we
but
do.
also I hate them.
Here were scores.
I mean, this is the least enjoyable Cubs playoff team of my lifetime.
well, really?
Oh, I've said this like 1,000 times on
I
the
know.
show.
I guess I missed it. Couple scores for you, Josh, before you leave. So the Diamondbacks, they beat the Yankees 4-0 in game 2, famously more runs than 3. The Yankees,
But
the games
any one run would have been enough.
that's true. The games the Yankees won 2-1, 4-3, 3-2, and then game 7 was 3-2 Diamondbacks. 3
wow,
runs,
those are all
enough.
very low scoring.
Yeah. Now,
Well,
sometimes the
famously-
Diamondbacks destroyed them 9-1 and 15-2.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. So they like
And famously, we don't have Randy Johnson or Kurt Schilling
no.
or anyone that even approaches their ilk.
God, Randy Johnson. That guy was.
He was very good.
He would throw baseballs.
He
at
was
birds.
You
good.
left the stream, by the way.
He's
John.
coming back.
Now he takes
there's something-
No,
photos
you're not coming back. That's Adobe Audition.
like Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah, it
This
did
didn't
it.
fix it.
No. It was plugged in over here, and now it's doing its thing again, where it's not working very well. So,
Okay. All right.
Gentlemen,
Thanks,
Anyway.
Josh. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
go
to have
Cubs!
you.
Nice. It's nice. It's nice that you're wearing the anti-Yankees hat because
right.
somebody in this room decided to turn our show. Did you see the thing on
Oh,
our
I
show
saw
today?
it. Yeah, he's a
It's all about the
Yankees fan.
Yankees. The
He's a-
Yankees.
He's a Yankees fan. I expect nothing less from Nick the Yankees.
Yeah, I'm glad we
fan.
have I'm glad we have
Bye,
some,
Josh.
some Blue Jay balance here to the
Go Jays.
to the drum.
baseball.
Go
The
Jays.
Blue Space Jays.
Now, I would say, John, that I would never like your anger to disappear. I like listening to you complain about things. It's a lot of fun.
he's very good at complaining.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Hey,
That's my
they
stance.
suck, and I'm not afraid to call out my team when they do things dumb. Some fans are just apologists who just like, oh, we all stick together and all kinds. I'm not saying that because it's just Nebraska fans.
That's Nebraska.
There are some Nebraska fans like that, but it's not just a Nebraska thing. There's fans of every team out there
Not
who
our
are like,
fans.
who are like total apologists, and we're like, always blaming. Listen, I blame the refs too, but eventually it does come back to what your team does. The umpires have had nothing to do with the Cubs not being able to score more than 3 runs a game.
Hmm.
They just can't.
And to be
score
fair,
more
you
than 3
knew
runs a
that
game.
this was coming. You thought that
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, this has been coming the
you're
whole.
like they're not
going
going to do anything.
No, they're not. Their offense is garbage. Now, I will say this today: one of 2 things will likely happen.
Oh,
They will either blow the Brewers out of the
Whoa.
water offensively and just put up a huge number, or they're going to get,
that'd be funny if they scored like 14
Just-
it'll
runs.
be one of the 2 extremes because that's kind of what
1
the
to
Cubs have
nothing
been
loss
like.
or 14-2
Everyone
win.
goes back to say, "Oh, they average 5 runs a game." Well, yeah,
They
when you
average 5
score
runs a game.
when you score 1 run, 1 run, 1 run, and then 10 runs.
It's like
Well,
a
they were also scoring like 15 runs like all the time earlier in the season. Like, in
it's
the,
like a
Yeah, but then they'd follow.
they were
it
the
up
best
with
offense
2
in
runs.
baseball for like the first 2 months. And then
Well, but again,
It's
that
like
was
a Barry Sanders box score. 1 yard, 1 yard, 1 yard, 2 yards, 90 yards.
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of
So-
what they've
Well,
been.
he was a Hall of Famer, so are the Cubs awesome?
Well, they're different metrics.
smaller sample size in football, Josh, you can get away with that.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, but 162 games equals 162 yards. That's a good enough sample size for me.
Josh, don't bring your football into this.
Please,
conversation.
can I?
If you only threw
We
162
don't allow CTE
strikes
in our sport.
in a season,
Hey, I
that
watched.
would be bad.
That's true. I watched the game last night, and I was also watching Maryland and Washington. Getting
Fun.
ready for the show. But I did watch the baseball, and then I watched the Yankees game. I got to see the Aaron Judge home run live.
That was cool.
It was cool. I was not rooting for it, but I did go, whoa.
I love playoff moments.
Yeah.
Playoff moments are great. We got a playoff moment last night. We won't remember it unless the Yankees win the World Series.
Yeah, I heard you and Otson talking about that. Interesting. Joe Davis calling his shot there on. He's been waiting for
And he's got his moment.
I don't know if I'd say that just yet. Like, let's see. If they lose today, that was not a moment. You know, it's just a nice series in a forgotten year.
But it will be a moment
if they win.
Which I don't think they will.
Think the Blue Jays win today? Or
I
do you
don't
think
know.
it's going back to Toronto?
Sounds like the Blue Jays are having to throw their bullpen game, and
Yeah.
they already had to use their bullpen.
And
So
the
it's
Yankees
going back
got
to
I think
Schlittler
this is
today.
going back to Canada.
Yeah?
I think it's going back to Canada.
Blame Canada.
Well, that'll be good for the Mariners. Then to get a little rest, get the arms all warmed up. And
Oh,
stretched.
you're calling your shot. You think
You think the AL Central is a garbage division?
No, I just think the Mariners are going to win today.
I'm rooting for the AL Central. Go Tigers.
What? Disgusting.
Conference rooting, John. You love it.
Well, yeah,
they
but
need your, what do they call
you don't-
units?
you don't. You don't.
The AL
They don't.
Central.
Welcome to the
Royals
AL
need
Central.
First of all, they
units.
don't give units, and if they did,
Yes, they do, John.
if they did, the Royals would pocket them because like all the other small market teams, it's like, oh, we'll just take your money, but we're not going to spend it on any of our players.
luck.
except
Dib's
one
idea
guy.
for you. If the Mariners win today, you should tweet, welcome to the AL West.
Welcome to the AL.
Tigers.
Welcome to the AL West.
You're more than
Tigers.
welcome to, Stibbs, if you
That
really
would
want.
be
but
funny. Go Mariners.
Yeah,
That was
when
a-
the Tigers went today. I was like, that's gonna be some AL Central baseball.
That was some dumb ninth inning garbage. Like, that was so stressful for no reason. It was like, oh, look, they got a couple runners on. And then the guy just kept throwing meatballs. Like, hey, look, it's another ball. Or right over the plate where the guy could hit it.
Yeah, I actually turned it off. I was like, I don't need to see this.
Yeah, I was watching.
listen, as someone who has had to sit through
Baseball.
an agonizing postseason
Oh,
with high
2016?
expectations,
Oh.
I want others to suffer the same. If you're going to win, you need to suffer
You need
along
to be
the way
miserable.
because that's what baseball does to you.
Of
Well,
course.
baseball is suffering. Just
Yeah.
suffering.
You should write a book called Baseball is Suffering about the history of.
There should at least be a T-shirt.
It's like that's a great t-shirt idea. Nick,
Yeah.
get the 1620 The Zone store up.
Yeah. Okay.
Baseball Suffering with a Zone logo
like this
on it.
idea.
We could give it to our friends from Baseballism, and
Wow.
they can give us a cut of every shirt.
Oh,
This is a great idea.
Baseball is suffering.
that's
It
true.
really is.
Baseball is suffering.
See, we got to make sure that they understand that we're saying, like, watching baseball suffering. We're not saying that baseball, the sport, is suffering. We're suffering because we're watching it. You see,
No,
I
that's
think-
also not what we're saying,
Yeah.
Josh.
you don't want people to get the wrong idea.
I think ball know. I think
Only
ball
you would
knowers know
think
what it
that
means.
way.
No, I don't want
Famous hater of baseball.
I love baseball in October.
But it's like the suffering is the good part. You
yes,
know?
I know
Yeah.
that. I just don't want them to think that you'd be like, what you're saying.
Oh,
But look at our TV rating.
you like baseball?
in October.
Maybe
Name
we
every
change
player.
it. Maybe we alter the Tom Hanks line from
League of Their Own.
League of Their Own, where he says, talks about it's the suffering that makes it great.
Suffering that makes it great. It's the hurt that makes it great.
It's the
What is it?
hard.
It's the hard.
hard.
It's the hard.
The
that
hard.
Makes it,
It's the suffering that makes
it's
it
the
great.
suffering that makes it great. And maybe
Yeah.
just like put October, and then it's the suffering that makes it great.
I like
is-
the original idea better, where it was just baseball is suffering.
I mean, that's pretty good.
It is hard to watch.
Yeah,
your team
but then
play
there
in
would be people
October.
like Josh who hate baseball who would wear it.
I love it.
yeah,
and
but
make-
then
look at my
and-
hat.
and mock us.
Mariners. Happer's not wearing any baseball stuff today. You got a Cubs jersey on. Nick has his Yankees hat on because he's a Yankees fan. Mariners, where is your stuff? You're talking about NIL.
my team is not in the playoffs.
You can still wear their gear.
my team's not in the playoffs.
I
either.
understand that.
Yeah,
during
they
the
are.
During the NFL playoffs, I didn't want to wear my Cowboys gear. I was just sad and depressed. I was like, I don't want to support this team right now.
Wow, everything's freezing up on.
I
this
have
today.
my team right here.
Looks like I'm out.
The
today,
Detroit
guys.
Tigers. Go AL Central.
You do like Scooble.
You could use your
I
computer
do like
camera.
Scooble.
You're a big
I
Scoobs
don't know
guy.
if it's
gonna
Anyone
work
call him
today.
Scoobs?
I don't think so.
Say Zoinks.
Scoob?
Zoinks Scoobs.
John's computer broke. He's
Bye,
out on
John.
StreamYard.
I don't know. It's.
Did it work for you, Happer?
I think so.
I don't know why it's doing it, but I'm going to let it sit out for a while and
Hmm.
see if we can bring it back.
Air it out.
Maybe,
Verducci.
Hi,
Verducci.
Tom Verducci.
Verducci's got some story about when the starting pitcher was 12 years old and there was a dog that came up to him and said, "You'll be in this moment one day."
Oh
The
my
dog
God!
said
Look at
that?
all
Yes.
the empty seats in the upper deck.
It's a day game.
It's
Day
a
baseball.
playoff game.
Casey Mize, College World Series legend
What game did he
Sure.
pitch?
in the College World Series.
Yeah, when did he play?
Oh, it's probably around the time the new park opened, right?
Oh wow, it's been that long.
Or maybe later.
Because I produced the early years, so there's a lot of random names from that era that if I hear, I'm like, oh, I know he played in the College World Series, but I don't remember that name.
Oh, maybe it was more recent.
No, it was it was Auburn.
Yeah, Auburn.
Oh,
didn't make
okay.
it when I
Auburn was
produced.
just a few years ago then, right? Or did he ever make it? Or was he just a good draft?
2018.
Auburn was in there 2018.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think so.
I was doing the show with Nick Baugh. We were
Right?
talking about the NBA.
Yeah, you were.
Heck yeah.
Awesome.
Little shooty hoops. Odson with a good idea for the shirt. He says October is suffering, and the is in italics. So then that's where the emphasis is.
He had a 10-6 record
Or
in
baseball
2018.
is suffering.
Baseball is suffering.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I
Baseball
don't know
is
if he
suffering.
was in the.
Yeah, maybe I got that wrong.
Yeah. No,
3.30 ERA.
2019. They were there the year after he graduated.
But I feel like I don't remember him at Auburn. Was he at a different school?
According to this, he committed to Auburn.
Yeah.
Maybe he was just a top draft guy and I, confused him with all the other names. Because
He did-
I know he was a top draft guy.
In
He was number
2016,
12, or what pick was he? First overall pick.
in 2016, he played summer ball for the Cape Cod League.
Many do. Many do.
Many do.
He was in Auburn for 3 years.
There you go. My bad.
Sorry, Casey.
Nick fact
Mize.
again.
Second straight day.
I mean, I'm full of them.
You really are.
I could say so many bad things.
Oh, man. Already one out.
What is
Only-
that supposed to
Now
mean?
26 to go, man. It's almost over for the
But
Mariners.
baseball is suffering.
I am
and
suffering.
everyone should have to experience falling in love with a team all summer long,
Mhm.
only to
Have your
basically
heart ripped out.
I mean, it's basically like fall. What would be the human equivalent of this? You fall in love with a woman. Wow, I love you. And then at the end in October, she has to walk across a canyon on a tightrope.
She has to walk across a canyon.
And if she makes it to the other side, you get to live happily ever after. If not, she dies.
Meanwhile, you're on the other side awaiting her,
Rooting her on.
stressing her every step.
Watching
right.
your
This is-
significant other walk
this
across the
actually-
canyon
you know
is
what?
suffering.
You know what? I
No.
think that might be
Nick, I
pretty
need you to
good.
make a Canva.
That's the back of the shirt. So the front is baseball is suffering. Then the back is a woman on a tightrope.
And instead of one of those
so-
big sticks, it's a baseball bat.
So you need to make a Canva
Okay.
with Mrs. the Happer on the tightrope and Connor fretting on the other side.
Connor, this
Please.
So what would be the 2014 AL wildcard game
Oh my
equivalent?
God.
Because
She's
many
hanging-
times
hanging off the
your
edge.
poor wife would have nearly fallen off
goes,
the rope.
and then hangs on at the end.
Actually, she would have fallen off of the wire, but then a gust of wind would have caught her just
from the football game.
just before her body got crushed on the rocks below.
Mm.
And blew her back
like
up
Tom
to the high wire,
Cruise
where
comes
she
out.
was able to hang on,
Yeah.
and then climb back, and then basically shimmy her way.
I imagine that's what it's like.
Duncan writes, whenever she stumbles, will you boo and complain like a Cubs fan?
Actually,
Boo!
I
know
told
you're not
you
gonna make it
that was
over.
bad.
You're never going to make it over.
That puts it in perspective. Maybe we should just be supportive of our teams.
Mm.
If just imagine if she was a woman crossing a tightrope across a canyon.
Gosh, that is such a good comparison.
Yeah, but to keep the Cubs analogy going, what if the woman had two left feet?
Oh,
Because that's kind of what the Cubs are right now without an offense.
Mm.
Like a
It'd make it harder
like
to
a
cross the
tightrope-
canyon, John.
like a tightrope walker with two left feet.
Mm.
I can only take left steps. This is not easy.
I never saw My Left Foot. Have you ever seen My Left Foot,
I see it right now.
the movie?
Never heard of it.
Oh.
I've seen Stewie sing about it on Family Guy.
I've never seen it. Daniel Day-Lewis starred
What's it
in
called?
it.
My Left Foot?
Oh,
What-
did he get all wrapped up in his character and live
Yeah, that
live
was-
his life as a left foot the whole time?
John, okay.
What's it about? What's it about?
John takes things to such weird extremes.
It was a joke about how Daniel Day-Lewis gets into character too
You do a
much.
running podcast? Do you just say left, right over and over?
Well, I mean,
I
what
know.
is it? What
No,
else
but
is there
again-
to talk
But again,
about?
you take it to such a extreme of instead of him having something wrong with his foot, you say he turns into a foot.
turns into a foot.
That's like where
But
I'm
it was
saying
the
you just
joke.
go-
The joke is he always
It's a good
gets into
joke, John.
character.
I like
he
the joke.
liked the joke.
Now, to answer you, yes, he did. I believe he might have gotten pneumonia on the set because of how he was living. Like they had
What's
to
it
lift him-
about?
a guy who has cerebral palsy and like can't walk or something like
Oh,
that.
okay.
And so like he made the people on the set lift him up in chairs. Like he never was walking.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that guy's something else, man.
He did not turn into a foot.
No, he did not turn into
He
a
did not think he was a foot.
Oh,
Something's afoot.
Yeah.
It's me, Daniel Day-Lewis.
I wonder if that movie is streaming. Maybe we should pick it for Movie Club.
I don't know if I want to now.
It's not available for streaming, John. Sorry.
It's probably good.
That was the
probably
first one he
good.
won the Oscar for, if I
Wow.
remember.
Never
right.
even heard of that movie.
Yeah. It's all because he became a foot.
What are some other things that Daniel Day-Lewis became?
Well, he became Abraham Lincoln.
Yes, he did think he was Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, he won an Oscar
To
for
which
that.
he would always go to the opera every night and yell at someone, "Shoot me! Shoot me!"
I need to experience.
What if
it.
that was what he did at the very end of that? He's like, I need to feel what he felt.
Yeah.
Shoot me with a weird bullet from the 1800s.
Yeah,
With
it said a bunch
gunpowder.
of random things on it.
Yeah.
or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, was there random things on the bullet?
Oh no, maybe I'm thinking.
Uh-oh, Nick fact. Nick fact.
I don't know. Maybe not. Nope.
Yeah, Aaron Papillion says the butcher. He was the butcher in Gangs of New York. I think that was the movie where he
That
got
movie
pneumonia.
is awesome.
No, it's not.
It kind of is.
No, it is not.
Yeah, I liked it.
It's fine.
I don't know that I've ever even seen a Daniel Day-Lewis movie.
You didn't see Lincoln?
No.
It's a good movie.
No.
He really gets into his character.
Joaquin
I really believed
Phoenix,
he was Lincoln.
method guy, right?
Yeah, I don't like Joaquin.
He turned into the Joker. I always get those two guys confused.
Heath
Joaquin
Ledger
Phoenix
did that.
and Daniel Day-Lewis?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Heath
Heath Ledger
did he go
got into the
method or
movie.
was he just kind of
Oh no, he
Well,
went method.
remember-
Heath Ledger
remember-
always goes method.
He, you're talking about Heath Ledger now?
Always
Yeah.
Oh,
method.
yeah, that's, led to his death.
Yeah, but like wasn't he just on like a bunch of drugs?
Yeah, but part of it was it took him a while to get out of character.
Mhm.
Okay.
But yeah, remember Joaquin Phoenix? He had that famous interview on Letterman that one time where he was being a complete and utter weirdo. And he had that really long beard and it was very uncomfortable.
Oh, I
'Cause
do
Casey
remember that.
Affleck was making some movie about him. And David was like, "Are you doing a bit?" And he was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." And he was indeed.
Totally
doing a bit.
normal.
Mhm.
Totally normal.
Austin Butler thought he was Elvis.
I don't like Austin Butler.
It's really
either.
funny to watch the movie by the Band of Brothers guys.
Yeah.
They did that Airborne one. It's funny because he still has this he still has the Elvis accent, but it works because his character's from like South Carolina.
He's
Yeah, I
so
think
method.
that was
He's
a
just
workaround.
Elvis for the rest of
I
his
can't
life.
stop being Elvis.
I've seen like 2 or 3 movies in theaters lately, and every time I see one, they show the movie or the trailer for his new movie that looks awful.
What's he in now?
It's some movie where he's like hanging out with gangsters, and
It's
he has-
got Matt Smith.
it
then
looks awful.
There's some rabbis.
It looks so.
And what's it
stupid.
called?
I don't remember.
Who-
Every time I see it,
who are we
Austin
talking-
Butler. We saw a movie with him
Maybe
in
that's the
Movie
rule
Club.
that the movie that Matt
Elvis.
Rule wants to see in
Yeah.
the theaters.
Maybe that is.
Yeah.
Don't go see it, Matt. Don't do it.
Don't go see the movie.
It looks awful.
Mm.
Looks really, really bad.
There's some,
Caught
other,
stealing. Thank you, Odson.
there's some other method guys.
Other method guys. What's his name from Succession? Jeremy Armstrong.
Oh yeah.
No. His name is
Is it not Jeremy Strong?
Jeremy Strong.
Jeremy
Jeremy
Strong.
Strong.
The,
Yes.
I think the creator was Jesse Armstrong.
Jesse Armstrong.
I always mixed him up. So that guy, there was a story about him right at the end of the series. And who's the dad? Brian Cox or whatever?
Brian Cox.
Mhm,
Yep.
mhm.
Who is from somewhere, not
Yeah,
America.
England.
And he was like, basically like, it's called acting. Like you should act. You don't have to get into character. Because that's how all the Brits view it. Like, why are you like this? Just be a normal actor.
Yeah.
But he's like, I have to get into character. That guy apparently was a huge pain in the ass on the set.
That's what I started to hear that toward the end of the show.
Yeah.
Nobody really liked him.
No.
It was
Yeah.
just a huge pain in the ass.
Because he is a method
Hilarious
actor.
that Brian Cox was just like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Just be normal.
Be a normal human being.
Yeah. Yeah.
'Cause
Great.
he told some story about another, I think it was maybe Dustin Hoffman, who was like getting into character by staying up late in the 70s or 80s, getting hammered all the time. And they was like, my boy, it's called acting. Somebody said that
What
too.
a great line.
Well,
It's so good.
This says that Hoffman was a method actor.
There we go. I wonder
Huh.
what that movie was. I'm going to look it up.
Meet the Fockers.
That would be awesome. if
He was in
the
that
movie.
You think he method acted that?
Also says here that Natalie Portman is a method actor.
What?
You suppose that she was constantly Queen Amidala there for
She was
I hope
actually
not.
worried about being assassinated.
That would be a tough world to live in all the time. Having to talk to an alien named Jar Jar.
How do you be a person that doesn't exist?
Yeah, I don't know how you method act Star Wars. That's interesting.
It's fake. It's all made up.
So, okay, here it is.
Good point.
Dustin Hoffman.
As far as
This
you
was
know.
in 1976. He was on the set of a movie called Marathon Man. Have you ever seen Marathon Man, John? Sir Lawrence Oliver. I don't know who this or is Olivier. My bad. I missed the extra I.
You
Damn it.
uncultured swine.
Uncultured swine. Lawrence Oliver.
Gosh darn it. That was tough. I apologize. So Hoffman apparently was looking exhausted with bags under his eyes. He said, I've been up 3 straight days to get into the right state of mind for this scene. And Olivier said, my dear boy, why don't you just try acting? It's
Great
much
line.
easier.
Great line.
That is so good.
Try acting.
We need to have more Josh mispronunciation of
That
actors'
wasn't
names.
very good.
Lawrence Oliver.
It's not
So
good when you're
American.
making fun of me
The
for
Brits would make fun of
Can you
you.
imagine Josh walking up and being the presenter at the
Damn it.
and the Academy Award goes to Joaquin Pionix.
The rats. That was a tough look for me.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Mistakes like that.
Well, I mean,
It's like when I called them the Marine
I'm guessing
Corps.
you've probably never seen. Yeah, that was funny. I'm guessing you've never seen a Sir Laurence Olivier.
I don't know.
movie.
Maybe I have.
I don't even know if I have.
Let's see.
I've definitely made mistakes similar to that, but that was pretty funny. Nice job, Josh.
Thank you. He was in a movie called The Prince and the Showgirl. Interesting.
Taylor Swift?
That's what I was going for. I don't recognize any of these movies. Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Don't know what that is.
Cat on a hot tin roof.
Why doesn't the cat just get off the hot tin roof?
Yeah, I don't know any of these movies. Nick, how's the Canva graphic going? You've been working hard over there.
Yeah.
I can tell because you've been quiet.
I'm getting there.
I figured you'd be in a celebratory mood today after your boys won last night.
Yeah, my fiance is very happy that the Yankees stayed alive.
You could just say it. I'm a Yankees fan. You could change. You're only like 2 years into your fandom of baseball. Go ahead, be a Yankees fan.
There's a chance there. Yeah.
I'm supporting the Yankees in the postseason.
Everybody
and then,
falls in
and then
love.
into the regular season
Team.
of 2026.
Mm-hmm.
And then just forever. Nick, just admit it's like fine. Nobody's gonna make fun of you for it.
Yeah, just quit. Quit the Rockies. They suck anyway.
You'll be happier than you and your wife. You always say that. Why don't you just be an Eagles fan? Now, for the reason for me is much more normal because I have 30 years of hatred for them.
Oh,
But like you with the Yankees, like just join your wife's
You
team.
found a team that you actually have some sort of connection to. Like you picked the Rockies because they're the random weird sucky team.
Yeah, you
Right?
love doing
that was
bits.
just random. Like you
that
have,
wasn't a bit. I picked the Rockies because when we were watching them, I liked how they played ball when they were winning.
John disappeared again. Man,
The computer's really having
is it the
issues
dongle?
today.
Is it a
no,
dongle?
now he's out the
No,
dongle.
I'm off the dongle. It's really struggling.
I love
today.
Dinger. I love the ballpark. I
Mm.
love a lot of the players on the Rockies. It's my team.
Yeah, but
But-
wouldn't you rather like
the Yankees.
Reggie Jackson and Babe Ruth?
Oh
and-
yeah, Nick, you'd have so much history to get to learn.
yeah.
It's not
There's a lot of history with the Yankees.
always. Why do you want me to be a bandwagon fan?
You're
Why do you
wearing
want me
their
just
hat.
to pick the popular team?
You're wearing their hat. You're literally bandwagon.
no.
You're literally joining
Yeah,
the
the
bandwagon.
only
Great
reason that
point.
we're saying this is because it seems like you do like them. You
Yeah.
just are not. You don't want to admit it.
If you would have met your now fiance after you or before you got into baseball, you would be a Yankees fan. So
That's
like, you
true.
Just do it. Just go all the way.
He's gonna do it.
He's going to.
I'm
I
not
look
gonna
forward
do
to. I just want him to like, oh my gosh, he admitted. I just want him to just say
Nick's-
this is my
Nick's
life. now.
next big jersey purchase is pinstripes.
You think so?
Guaranteed.
Who's
I
he
don't-
gonna get?
I don't like the pinstripes.
You want the gray ones?
I would prefer the gray one. If
Oh
I ever
my
get a Yankees
gosh,
jersey, it'd be a gray one.
What kind of take is that?
I don't like the pinstripes.
Why?
That's why the Yankees
the-
always win.
That's why they always
Famous.
win
They
because
can't
they were
stop
distracted
looking-
by the pinstripes.
Oh my gosh.
No, I get it. I don't like the pinstripes.
Nick's gonna
I
show
don't
up in
wanna wear the
April. He's gonna wear a
pinstripes.
pinstripe jersey. It's gonna have number 2 on it,
Yep.
and
Now,
it's
is that
gonna
what you
be
would
beautiful.
do if you're a Yankees fan? What jersey would you buy? Would you go with number 2?
How old am I? Am I
You're-
my
you're-
age?
yeah, you're you.
It's 2. Yeah, it's
Interesting.
cheating.
It's like I'd
Would you
probably-
buy the R2 Peck shirt?
R2 Peck.
Shirt or a hat?
Definitely.
Because
Yeah.
you don't want to go with Babe Ruth. You don't want to get a number 3.
I think when I went to a Yankees game, when my dad took me to a Yankees game, well, we had gone to like like Cooperstown. We stopped at one of those souvenir shops, and I got a number 12 Yankees jersey. And at the time, it was Alfonso Soriano.
I liked his
So
swing.
I got an Alfonso Soriano jersey somewhere in there, and
He
I
was
wore
better
that
as
to
a
the.
Cub.
I should show you guys this picture. We sat right behind the Yankee dugout, and I wore a Yankee jersey with a Nebraska hat.
That's awesome.
And I looked like an idiot.
Yeah.
An idiot.
A big
kid.
red hat.
Just a red hat.
So it just really popped.
I'm probably the only person in the entire stadium wearing red.
I think my favorite Yankee is Mickey Mantle. I think I'd get a number 7 jersey,
I would
right?
probably have
Number
a Mi-
7?
I would have a Mickey
Seven's a
Mantle
great
jersey.
number.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, that's a good number. People forget he
I-
didn't start out wearing number 7.
I would be a Mickey Mantle guy.
What did he wear? Was it 6 or 5? Because remember they did that thing where it was like Babe Ruth was 3, was DiMaggio 4, and then they gave him 5.
DiMaggio was 5.
DiMaggio was 5.
So who was number 4? Was that
4 is
Lou
Gehrig.
Gehrig? So that's what they gave him 6, and they tore up his knee on the sprinkler, and then he changed his number to 7. He became
There
awesome.
you go.
Mickey Mantle. What a guy.
There you go.
Yeah.
The Mick.
Mm-hmm. Hey, getting into character. You method act, Mickey Mantle?
Well,
You're drinking a lot of Grandpa's cough medicine.
61. Who
Mhm.
played Mickey in that?
I don't
movie?
remember that guy's
That
name.
was
Well, I know who played Maris, but I can never remember his name. He's always
Barry
in the
Barry
Pepper.
Pepper.
Barry Pepper. He's
Pepper.
always in the war movies.
Yeah.
He
Or
looked
Dale
like Roger
Earnhardt.
Maris, and he
Yeah.
looked like Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah.
And then he was the sniper in Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, who
God.
played Mickey Mantle?
A guy named Thomas Jane. Thomas Jane.
What else was he in?
He was in Face Off. He was in Boogie Nights. He was in The Thin Red Line and Magnolia.
Huh.
He was also in Deep Blue Sea.
Let me see him.
Wow, he's aged. He's gotten a little older.
That looks
Yeah.
like Mike Eckler.
Kind of looks like Mike Eckler.
He could play Mike Eckler in the Mike Eckler movie.
There we go.
When are we going to do 61, John? That is a great movie. If the Yankees make the World Series, let's do 61.
Whoa.
They're not going to.
Nick would love that. Nick, have you seen 61?
Well,
I
Nick,
haven't.
Nick would not love that because he wants to dedicate this to Spooky Month.
Mm.
And famously
I
61.
hate Spooky Month.
Thank you.
What on
Is
earth?
it because you're peeing your little pants every time you see a ghost on the screen?
No.
You have little pee pants.
It's exactly the opposite.
Pepper's a
Scary
tiny
movies
little
don't
baby.
work on me. I don't get them. They're stupid and whimsical.
What?
Yes.
They
What's
don't
wrong with
work
whimsy?
on you?
I'm not
Baseball's the most whimsy sport there is.
Is that true?
I think so.
Yeah, but I'm talking about spooky movies.
Dwayne points out, by the way, that the guy we were just talking about, he's the homeless method actor in Arrested Development.
Whoa. Method acting.
That
Let me bring it all the way
that
back
character
around.
was very funny.
No kidding.
Because what's her name liked him and
Yes.
Lindsay.
Yeah.
So wait, scary movies? They're
They're
whimsical.
stupid. You know how some people aren't ticklish?
Yeah.
I don't believe those
I'm
people.
not scary movie-ish. It just doesn't work for me.
Now, have you ever seen The Ring?
I don't
That
think
movie
so.
was scary.
So the first scary movie that really got to me was The Conjuring. Because a lot of scary movies like to do the cheap audio tricks, where
where it goes, ah!
they try to hit you with the jump scares and stuff. But The Conjuring was special because things were just happening in the background and they didn't acknowledge it. And then if you saw it, you're like, oh God. Oh.
Yeah, I don't-
Honestly, the scariest movie I ever saw was the original Frankenstein. And it's the black and white
Wow.
that makes it scary.
The Ring was the scariest movie I ever saw. In theaters, that thing was
But
nuts.
I'm with Connor. I mean, most of these are just,
like you have the expectation that they are scary movies. So how
they're really more gore movies.
Well,
than
maybe,
anything else.
see, do you ever go see them in theaters?
yeah, I used to.
Because I was going to say, like
Yeah.
a theater scary movie is a much more enjoyable experience than watching it at home, in my opinion. You go to a scary movie,
We used to go to scary movies all the time, like in high school, or like in middle school when it was cool to go to movies.
Maybe you just need to find your subgenre of scary movie. I prefer the psychological thrillers to like the monster demon movies. I like the ones that are
Monster
a little more
Demon
cerebral.
just don't nothing for me.
Yeah.
Does nothing for me.
that said, I don't
I
think
like,
Halloween
um,
is scary, but
I'll
I
tell you
love
what,
it.
I like that one movie with John Krasinski.
Oh, Quiet Place.
Quiet Place.
Yeah,
That movie
a
was pretty
great
solid.
movie.
We watched the third one the other day or the other week. Not very good.
No.
But I like the first one.
Yeah.
I felt bad that was John's entry point into A Quiet Place,
Yeah, we really should have just picked the first one.
but I hadn't seen the third one.
That's fair.
I like that movie.
That was a good movie.
Yeah, it's good.
That had some scary moments.
Remember Bird Box?
I never saw that one.
Oh,
Really?
I never saw it either.
That was
I
like
remember the memes.
everybody's
I remember the
favorite
memes.
movie during
Yeah.
the
It
pandemic.
was on Netflix.
Yeah.
That came out before.
That's
the
where what's her
never
name
heard
had an eye patch over her eye.
Maybe I finally
Who's
watched
what's
it.
her name?
Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock. Yeah.
Oh, I guess I'd never heard of it.
Chance writes Contrarian Connor at it again.
What do you mean?
Wow, are you a
Well, I'm
contrarian?
kind of with Connor on this one.
I didn't realize you were out on scary movies
I'm
too.
not out on them, but but
I
he's
think
right.
it's because
they're not
they
scary.
pee their pants. They're
No,
little
they're
pee
not-
pants
Oh,
babies.
the little driblets of
They're not
urine.
scary. They're really not.
Wow, Nick has made his graphic.
I tried to make the graphic.
Baseball is suffering. Tightrope. Is that a woman?
That is.
It is.
It's a woman.
It's walking across the
Oh.
tightrope.
Oh wow.
There you go. That's what playoff baseball is.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I don't see Connor sitting on the other side.
Come
Please
on.
make it.
I didn't have any pictures of Connor screaming and pleading for
I
somebody.
can help you out with that.
That's not bad.
Oh,
That's fair ball.
That's in.
hello.
That's in.
Oh, hey, I have a take. Real quick, Hep, before you leave. So I was watching some of the Maryland. Well, not the whole, some of it. I watched the whole thing last night. Maryland, Washington. I think the shadows of that stadium are going to annoy people big time on Saturday.
This season, man, some of the shadows in some of these stadiums is
It's
it
because
seems worse.
Seeing
than
this game
before.
remind me, it's going to be terrible. So I just want everybody to be ready.
Well, let's hope it's cloudy.
The white, yes, the white balance and the color. It's going to really screw things up if it's a bright sunny day because it's just going to be on one side.
Yeah,
So
that's
be prepared, everybody. Be prepared.
And around this time of the year when like the sun is so bright,
Yes, correct.
it's bad.
I thought this was a problem that we had figured out when it came to filming sports. What happened?
Good news.
Not when it's is it cloudy?
Saturday, cloudy. But it's got a little raindrop.
But
next
what
to
about
it.
the wind?
Raindrop, drop top.
Let's see what the detail.
I was thinking
It
raindrop
says-
falling on my head.
It says PM showers.
Well, the game is in the PM. Yeah,
Well,
PM
but
usually means
I,
like
3:30
I
in the
think-
Eastern.
but I think there's a good chance for cloudiness.
I keep waking up in the morning and the sun keeps not being out.
Dude, it is
Oh,
so
this is
dark.
very
in the
bad.
morning.
And getting home last night,
Was it dark?
you know, if you use the navigation app,
flipped.
I have it
Mm.
set on dark mode, and just as I'm pulling into Lincoln, it switches over to dark mode,
Pain.
and I'm like,
It's
and-
over.
And I was the whole time
It's
just
Jover.
cursing at Josh. You wished this on us.
You did.
You wanted
No,
this to happen.
you wanted this
told
so
us
bad.
we wanted to get rid of that terrible offer. No good.
I wanted
summer.
October baseball, boys.
We told you to just watch Canadian football if you want football in nice weather.
I didn't
you
wanna
said
watch-
no.
Didn't want to watch that garbage.
You wanted basketball to get here faster.
It's
It's fine. College baseball starts soon.
I can't believe you're calling a basketball game in 9 days.
I
That's
know.
gonna be so awesome.
This is the dumbest crap I've ever heard of.
It's great.
It's
Can't wait.
coming soon, baby. Coming soon.
Good.
Wow.
All right. Well, there's your crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Great to see you, Happer.
It is always good to see Happer. So far, so
Cool.
good. Though the Mariners are threatening 2-out runner at second, but so far, Connor rooting for the AL Central. Detroit and Seattle are scoreless.
The centuries.
So as of the moment, CBS News can project that the Tigers are not eliminated from the
What?
playoffs.
Damn it.
But stay tuned to CBS News for more updates.
All right.
Dan Ruther reporting.
Oh, let's go.
Oh no!
Let's go. What's CBS News saying now, John?
CBS News can now report that the Tigers are projected to be eliminated. It is 1-0
They're
Seattle.
on pace to lose by a lot of runs.
They're on pace to lose 4.5-0.
Oh, man, I might have to switch this over to YouTube TV. I just realized we're way behind the world.
Yeah, but
We're getting spoiled already in the chat.
Oh, do it.
Yeah, I'm switching it during the next commercial.
Who is Canzoni?
He's a baseball player.
Try being named Calzoni. That'd be a way better name. His first name should be Cal, and then his last name should be Calzone.
When was the last
Cal
time you had a
Calzone?
calzone?
The low cal. What is it? What do they call it in Parks and Rec? The low cal calzone zone. Something like that.
We will be back, and the Grum will get started next on 1620 The Zone. We don't have 4K on that TV, Josh.
Come on. Well, if we win a major award, I want a 4K television.
Me too.
And
this
Mr.
idea.
Bones.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I believe his name is Skelly.
We call him Mr. Bones.
Skelly. There used to be a gas station chain named Skelly.
Really?
Yeah, it had like a triangular sign with a big S. Skelly. We had one up on the corner there on 19th Street when I
Wow.
was growing up.
They were trying to copy the worst superhero with their logo?
No, they had nothing to do with Aquaman.
Who's the worst super? Who's Skelly?
Superman. Well, no, he described it was a triangle with an
Oh.
S in it. That sounds a little Superman-y.
Bum, 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 bum.
It was good gas, though. At least that's what I was told.
Good
Now
gas.
that I think about it, I don't think I ever filled up there.
Yeah?
Even though it was
Well, you had to
like
support
the
family
second,
business.
the second
didn't you?
closest gas station to my house.
Interesting.
I usually got my gas at work because I worked at Sapp Brothers.
Look at
famously.
you. Look at you.
And they still had the regular gas,
Mm.
like with the lead. I like my gas with lead in it.
And now it's all unleaded.
But
Now it
we're
is all-
still facing the consequences of leaded gas.
Mm.
No, we're not. We haven't used it in like 30 years.
Talking about people, John.
What do you mean? I'm fine.
Okay.
You didn't drink gas as a kid?
No, of course not.
I never know you with some of your takes. Kind of figured you would have.
Welcome to the Grum, powered by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. We'll give this camera thing one more shot.
Yeah, something's wrong with John's computer.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's this browser.
Yeah, not good.
But we'll tell you what the Grum Down is all about today. Brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Is it MLB Elimination Wednesday? 4 games. This will be the last time that we have 4 games on the same day. And all of them one team faces elimination,
That's sad.
including my Chicago Cubs, which we will talk about in a moment.
The Cubbies.
Mike Schaefer will be here with us. We'll find out if he is AL Central rooting.
I cannot wait to find out.
We got some Dana Dimes.
Dana died.
That's new.
Dana Dimes.
That's new.
ESPN's Stanford Steve will
Oh,
be here.
nice get, Nick.
Yeah.
Nice get, Josh.
Looking forward to that conversation.
Not gonna
Mitch
take credit.
Holtis will be here. Can the Chiefs get back up like Trevor did?
Now he will be
Mm.
over the phone today. He didn't want to be on. He said they're traveling.
Are you
He's
saying
out
he's
of the
are you
office.
calling him a liar?
I'm just relaying the information.
What does that have to do with it? We're excited
Yeah.
to talk to him either way, Nick.
And I'm just gonna be on the phone today.
Yeah.
Wow, you don't
That's
have to be so
fine.
hard on him.
Speaking of hard,
Yeah, I was reading that word as I was speaking.
hard solutions for Omaha Class A football.
Uh-oh, more takes from John.
Mhm.
Mr. Takes.
Mhm.
Ooh, okay.
Fired up for football.
Yeah.
Dumb Debates Day. Send us your dumb debates. Use the hashtag if you use
Wow.
the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620 and send us your dumb debates.
Mm.
Dumb debates during a stressful Cubs playoff game sounds really dumb.
Yeah, why would you do it? Well, thankfully the game is an hour later than you thought it was. So
Yeah, I thought it was starting in like 20 minutes.
does that change the game at all?
Well, the game will still be going on.
Yeah, but it won't be going on for as long as you expected it to.
Are you gonna be driving home when the game is
Mhm.
getting finished?
just like he was last week?
Mhm.
Ah,
Mhm.
man. Imagine
Mhm.
not seeing your team get eliminated, but like having to
Nick,
listen to it.
You sure?
You're a captive audience in the car. What can you do about it?
I mean,
Well, what can you do about it if you're watching it
Yeah,
on
no.
TV?
Walk out of the room.
I guess
Well,
that's true.
I could
You
change.
can pace. You
if I
can't
was-
pace when you're driving.
I could turn the radio off.
Mm.
I could change the channel. If I
Throw
was
on
that,
a podcast.
if throw on a podcast, if I were so inclined.
Interesting.
And speaking of the Cubs, because we do have daytime Cub playoff baseball, we're altering the contest.
Pray I don't alter it anymore.
Last week, when the Cubs were playing the Padres, we famously played the "If the Cubs score, you win" game.
Yes.
But that is merely not enough.
Mm.
Because as we have well established, as us well-reasoned, well-mannered, well-manicured,
Manicured.
well-thought-of Cubs fans have been saying,
Cubbies.
this team's offense sucks. So today, in order to win tickets to see Adam Sandler,
What? The Sandman?
the Sandman cometh
Whoa.
to Omaha this month.
Nice reference.
He will be here, and he will be doing his stand-up routine.
Oh, he'll sing songs probably. He'll
I'm
tell
sure
jokes.
the guitar
Lunch
will be
Lady
there,
Land.
and I'm sure there will be a song sung. We have 5 pair of tickets to give away for the You're My Best Friend tour, which is
Whoa.
Tuesday, October 21st at the CHI Health Center. When or if
What?
the Cubs score more than 3 runs,
They got to get to 4?
they have to get above 3.
What? That's the meanest contest we've ever done.
Yeah.
I know, but I figure I can't let these guys get away with it. They can't keep getting away with
Can't
this.
keep getting away with
You can't
this.
keep winning playoff games by only scoring 3 runs. Famously, 3 runs would not have won either of the 2 playoff games yesterday.
Mm.
So once the Cubs get above 3 runs, we will take the first 5 callers because we have 5 pair.
Wow.
Now, what if this happens after the show is off the air? Does Nick need to stay here all night
Well,
long?
we will
I have a thing to do tonight.
we will reassess and we will discuss during dinner if the Cubs have not yet made it to more than 3 runs.
Hip Hop Fiend 84 writes, it's funny to think the Cubs will score it all this game.
It is.
Mm.
It is. But I am putting forth a challenge to these offensively challenged bats
Hip Hop Anonymous.
that you need to do something. You need to stop staring at pitches going by. You need to start hitting. You need to start putting the ball in play.
Hip Hop
You need to
Anonymous?
start getting hits and getting runs.
Let's get some
They just
run.
need to hit the ball. They just need to get some runs.
Yes. So we will if the Cubs, and they likely won't, get above 3 runs during the Grum today.
We'll figure it out.
We'll reassess
All right.
prior to the end of the show.
Perfect.
So either way, be on standby should the Cubs score more than 3 runs.
Lovely.
There will be no prizes if the Brewers score runs.
You sure you don't want to do that?
Nope.
I mean, it would be more likely to give away the great
Nope.
prizes.
Nope. Because we should not be rewarding people when bad people do bad things.
Interesting.
We should only be rewarding people when good people do good things.
Interesting.
And the Brewers are the bad people
Interesting.
because they make me mad.
Mm.
But not as mad as usual because I
You're always mad.
just don't care.
He's mad.
Man.
402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Call us. Text us.
The Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone first ring.
John emails us. He says, basketball in 9 days? Absolutely disgusting.
It's pretty gross.
Why is it that football people are so triggered when other sports exist? You don't have to watch.
Because you're going to
No
talk. I
one's
think he's upset
making-
that you're going to talk about it, that you're going to mention
We talk
that.
about baseball right now. I suppose you're mad at baseball.
I'm not. I like October baseball. It's pretty fun.
We talk about movies. I suppose you're mad at movies.
That one listener, Sam, is.
We talk
he hates
about
movie club.
we talk about Adam Sandler and giving away tickets. I suppose you're mad about that.
Well,
Maybe football fan needs to look themselves in the mirror and stop being mad all the time when people aren't talking about football. Football. That's the first
Whoa!
sign of the CTE. Maybe you should get checked.
you just did a Bigelow impersonation. Football.
Don't be so offended.
Hmm.
There's plenty of time for football, and we will talk plenty of it today.
Also, the JTech Instructions on Twitter feed. We have a poll question that we'll get to in a little bit.
Yes, we will. But we're going to get to Mike Schaefer next.
Oh,
And I guess we'll talk about football
yeah. Let's do it.
on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream by Control. You can go to krtrelief.com today and you can get 10% off. And how about this? Free shipping on orders over $15. I have been using KRT Athletic Muscle Cream for the last couple of months and it has helped me out a ton. Get me back out there on the running trail. Go to the website today, krtrelief.com. That's krtrelief.com.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins'. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
John Higgins Weather Guard, Omaha's roofing, gutter, and siding company, would like to thank our new customers affected by this year's spring and summer storms. We appreciate you hiring and trusting us to repair your roofs and homes. You made the call. No one has installed more Da Vinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery.
John Higgins Weather Guard.
Make the right call.
Sean Callahan breaks down the Michigan State game and previews the Maryland game. Thursday at Holy Ghost Church. Doors open at 5. Program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Husker Hounds and Overhead Door.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
Some people are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. It's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
They really should have gotten Elvis to do the screaming part of this song. Oh,
he's bad.
Oh,
he's bad.
I don't know why the house is slow.
You don't like it, Nick?
No.
Oh, interesting.
I think it's a great idea.
I think it's
a wonderful idea.
I wonder if our guest thinks it's a wonderful idea.
Our guest, Mike Schaefer of Husker247.com. How you doing, Shafe?
Good. Sorry, running a smidge late there. I apologize.
No problem. I understand because you, like Connor Happer, are doing a lot of AL Central cheering right now, rooting for the Detroit Tigers. I assume that. I mean, I don't know why. I don't know why you're making that face. The way Connor made it sound like all you AL Central folks cheer for your own kind.
That is not what we do. I think Connor's getting confused when it comes to you guys over there in the Big East cheering for UConn when they're representing you in the national title game. That's the sort of cheering that he's used to, the conference cheering. That's not a thing that I do. I famously hold petty grudges and will continue to hold those forever. I will certainly not be rooting for Detroit, whether it's in this sport or another.
Okay.
Any thoughts on the Lions, Shafe?
They are a good football team. It's annoying, but I can only root for more injuries to derail another season for them.
Shave, you're not allowed to root for injuries. That's illegal.
It's not illegal. You just have to take advantage of whatever you can. I'm sure there's no tears in Detroit for the fact that there's one healthy Minnesota Viking offensive lineman. Actually, I'm sure they don't really care. It's not a very good team to begin with.
It's the Don Draper meme. I don't think about you. That's what the Lions would say right now about the
No,
Minnesota.
I don't think that's true. There's one fan in particular that's in my mentions after almost any comment that I make. He's got rabbit ears for sure.
That's
okay.
Awesome.
Well, it happens.
Mm-hmm.
I really haven't asked this question this week, but the nature of the win. This was a game that Matt Rule compared to the UCLA game last year in terms of just how weird it was getting away from Nebraska. Granted, they never led in that UCLA game, but, the feelings were there, and he was very happy with the fact that Nebraska kind of turned a corner in terms of winning these types of games. I'm curious if a win like last Saturday and the nature in which it happened can carry this program to a next step.
I think the answer there is kind of also built in the way that they beat Cincinnati too, right? Like these are things that Nebraska's now accomplished in games where you would have expected previous Nebraska teams would have just given the game away or found a way to find, a loss in the jaws of victory kind of thing. So I think if nothing else, it's just a continuation of they feel good about what they built upstairs between the ears with this team. They think they're mentally tough. They think they're resilient. They think they're the kind of team that can handle getting punched and show up and throw some punches back and turn this into a fight. And we saw that too with Michigan as well. I do think there is and should be a belief about this Nebraska football team that they think they're going to be in this. They're not just going to go away. And it would have been easy for them, too, when they went down 21-14 and right after Raiola threw that interception and two bad plays to kind of begin a possession. And it took one pass to sort of reinvigorate, Nebraska back into that game. And they fell back into the role that they were in earlier in the game where it felt like they were the team that was better. And the first and the fourth quarters, I think, tell as much of the story, if not more, of who Nebraska football is than necessarily the second or the third.
Shape, I thought you and BC had an interesting discussion on the pod yesterday, where you we've all been talking about the special teams and how nice.
Is it the one that I told you I thought wasn't very good? That podcast?
I think it was the long one. I listened to the one that was like.
Well, it's all longer than the one that Connor did with them. So
I liked it, Shape. I thought it was good, and in particular, you pointed out the special teams, but you also were talking about Williams-Nwaneri, and it reminded me. And John and I are going to have a discussion in a little bit. Like there still seems to be this undercurrent of like anger and frustration from people for whatever reason, but like there are these victories that the program is having beyond just getting actual wins. That like. That's a success story in Williams-Nwaneri that I don't think any of us saw coming, at least this year, right? And I don't know, I just thought it was a nice reminder of there's a good story to tell through 5 games so far in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, I think we, and I'm including all of us, fan base, media, people who don't care but just happen to get roped into it. I think we are trying to assess this football team and this program game by game, play by play, minute by minute. And that's just not how you can really do it. And, a couple weeks ago, it was Nebraska's defensive line was trash. They didn't do anything in the portal to help it. They didn't get enough guys that could do anything this year. This team isn't going to be able to do anything. They can't stop the run. Everybody's going to be able to run on them, blah, 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 blah. And they turn around. The front seven had a tremendous game against Michigan State. And I understand that Aiden Child lose a few times, but ultimately the stats are what they are. Nebraska played well. They played more than well enough to win defensively. They played more than well enough to win that game by 3 or 4 touchdowns defensively. Is that conversation still out there that they didn't do enough? They didn't do this, or they're not good enough defensively? Probably for some people. But I also think for others, you kind of look at it and it's like a lot of these guys are in their first year as starters. They're getting their first opportunity to really play. A guy like Williams-Nwaneri, who I don't think a lot of people expected, as you kind of said, Josh, to be in this position where not only has he been a starter for you, not only has he been one of your better defenders, you're getting to witness in real time as he is getting better every game to the point where I'm really excited to see what he looks like in November. I mean, Nebraska hasn't really had a defensive line. And with apologies to Ty Robinson and to Nash Hutmaker and some of these other guys, I don't know if they've had a defensive lineman where you get this excited about what it could look like if it all comes together. And part of that is he was a former top 10 player in the country. They haven't gotten a lot of defensive linemen that are recruited that highly. I mean, even a guy like Ty Robinson was flirting more around 200 than he was 20. So it's the idea that you have someone that was identified early in his high school career that this guy could really have it. And then now you're, after a year where nobody knew what to make of what happened in Missouri, now you're seeing, there's a lot of reason for enthusiasm here. He had 1.5 sacks, I believe, against Michigan State, and he's played well so far this season. And that's a guy that, he's just 5 games into this. So I think he represents sort of what it is about Nebraska football that, we so want to discuss everything all the time as if we know all the answers. And we're only 5 games into this whole thing. And I don't know what Williams-Nwaneri is going to be when he goes to Happy Valley, but I suspect he's going to be a really good football player. And Nebraska's defense is going to benefit from that. And the way we talk now doesn't have to be how we talk about it in November either. Sorry, John.
No. Sorry, Shafe. It kind of leads me right into my question because I had it prepped of both Nwaneri and I'll throw McCullough in there as well, playing on the opposite side of the line. It sounds like you're pretty bullish. These guys could have better second halves of the season than firsts, even given the competition they'd face.
Yeah, and I think McCullough is a good example too, because I'm guilty of this. And this is a player that I'll be honest, I didn't think they were going to get that good of a season from Dasan McCullough. And depending on who you talk to, some people regard him as the MVP of Nebraska's defensive effort through 5 games. And what I liked about him is that you can also in real time see how he is getting better. What stood out to me is this is a guy that played a defensive line edge position at Indiana. And then he goes and he plays almost a nickelback role at Oklahoma. And he has to relearn how to be a pass rusher. Like, that's just not something that you just step onto a football field. You don't really do it for 2 years. And then we're just going to turn you loose in the Big Ten and you're going to be great. Like, he had to learn some of this. And so I think he's gotten better as we've gone through week by week by week. And he looks explosive. And he looks like a weapon that Nebraska can turn loose at almost any time. And there's got to be things that improve there. Like, his pass rush integrity has to be better on a guy like Aiden Childs. He can't take as narrow of an angle as he did. He needs to force him closer back to the to the action than letting him get to the outside of the shoulder and run along the sideline. But that's the sort of thing where he's going to get better. He's going to learn. He's going to pick up on those things. And that's kind of, again, represents Nebraska's defense as a whole. What they're doing well with their pass defense has allowed the rush defense to sort of come along to the point that they could be pretty salty when we get into November. And it's not like a big secret. The schedule is not that difficult. They don't play overwhelmingly great offenses week in and week out. And so if they're able to find things and take advantage of different teams, and we've seen John Butler's secondary looks have really puzzled some of these quarterbacks, guys like Winery and McCullough could really, for the lack of a better term, pad stats as we get deeper into the year.
So, Shape, other side of the ball, of course, the big talking point all week has been the sacks that the offensive line and Dylan Raiola have allowed themselves to get into, and, of course, how ugly quarters number 2 and 3 looked. I wonder what you think Nebraska can do to scheme their way out of the sacks, or what can Dylan Raiola do to make sure that he is not getting sacked back there? Is there a fix that you see that is a legitimate option moving forward? And it's going to be interesting this week against a Maryland team that has a formidable pass rush.
Yeah, I don't know how legitimate it is because it cuts down half the field, and that's not something you really want to do as an offensive coordinator. I'd like to see him roll out Dylan a little bit more. I'd like to see him move the pocket and keep him from being a sitting duck. Some of that makes it easier life for him. You cut down the amount of options to 1-2, run or throw away, So there's an element of that. My favorite play from Saturday offensively was a design that I hope we get back to, which is Nebraska fake the run off to the left. Dylan rolls back to the right. There's Heinrich Harburg, who's everybody's expecting him to throw to, but Nebraska had a delayed play to Luke Lindenmeyer. It was like a nice 7-yard catch that picked up a first down. I'd like to see a little bit more of that. I think Luke Lindenmeyer as an outlet off of delayed action could be something Nebraska does more of. I think they've got a bunch of quick game already built into their offense. I don't know that quick game is necessarily the issue. The issue is they need to figure out when and how to target specific timing and plays to be able to go deep, because I think everybody's going to play them up if they think their pass rushers can get home and they aren't worried about getting beat down the field. And so that's got to be where your wide receivers have to win. That's got to be where Dana has to call, a well-timed deep ball, and Dylan has to be able to make the throw. There's a lot of things that need to work in succession for all of this. I think there's a lot of options on the table. And I think at least, in Nebraska's situation here, you got a veteran in Holgerson who's likely been through things like this before. He probably has some ideas on how he can mitigate some of this pass rush. And a lot of it too comes from Dylan. He has to be better in the face of some of this. And it comes back to what stands out to me all the time. Early in the game, he climbs pockets, shows good awareness. The more he gets hit, the more his eyes come back down from looking downfield to thinking about what's right in front of him, and the less effective he is as a player overall.
Yeah, you pointed that out with Caleb Henry on the Sunday side session this week, and I thought that was a really good observation.
Well, thank you.
Mike Schaefer joining us from Husker 24/7. They finally pulled the trigger on the Elijah Pritchett experience. He is now the guy at left tackle, but of course, moving Gatula over to right tackle. Do you think this is going to now be the alignment, or is there still a spot here where there could be more changes coming?
I think there's always a possibility more changes could be coming. I mean, if they don't look better going forward, I think it's always open to continuing to tinker with that offensive line. I think this is the best iteration of your best 5 players. I thought Gatula played pretty well over on the right side on Saturday against Michigan State. Pritchett had his moments, but also had a couple that were pretty bad. So I think if you can continue to kind of eliminate that, it's been one game. They haven't played a ton in this alignment, and really only 50 some snaps. That's the other thing. So they didn't even get like the full normal amount of plays that you get in a game. So we'll see kind of what happens with Nebraska's offensive line sort of moving forward. But I think this is their best 5. This is what I would like to see the most of. And I kind of, just like that defense, hope that we see some improvement as they move forward throughout the year.
Shape, you said a couple of minutes ago the schedule. You mentioned it. You also, that's like how you started off the pod yesterday with BC, asking him if he thinks the October games are more formidable, easier, about the same as they were coming into the season, or even like a week ago. How do you view this month compared to where you were at a month ago?
I continue to view it in the same lens. I think all of these teams are teams that Nebraska definitely has the ability to beat. The team that scares me the most in this stretch is Nebraska. Like, can Nebraska stop having to, not only beat the team across from it, but also the team in the mirror? That's been the issue for them in these types of games. That's how they allow teams like Minnesota and Northwestern to hang around and beat them with disciplined football. And while Nebraska has a bunch of turnovers or dumb mistakes and gives it away. The nice thing is we haven't seen that version of Nebraska much this year. They don't commit a lot of penalties. They haven't turned the ball over a lot. They've cleaned up in areas where we've been hollering for years that they haven't been good enough at. And so in theory, this is one of the better, more disciplined versions of Nebraska as they go take on some of these teams. I think they have more talent than all three of these teams that are left this month. And so you have more talent. I mean, you have to go on the road. Circumstances are going to be a little bit more difficult with Maryland and with Minnesota. But yeah, it's absolutely out there. I mean, for them to go 4-0. So I feel better I feel better about Nebraska than I expected to at this point. They have the same record that I was prepared for at this point in time. But I think they've gotten there in a way that shows me that they've had some real growth behind the scenes. It doesn't always look pretty on the field, but they're not a team that's built to look pretty. I mean, they're a flawed football team that's trying to navigate those flaws and stack as many wins as they can.
I'm curious, Shay. Matt Rule's obviously not going to use it as an excuse. Talking about travel, they're going out an extra day early to try to mitigate, some of the difficulties of traveling on the East Coast, especially with the transit on the ground. But should we, I guess, at least be wary that there could be a bit of a letdown because this is their first true road game and they hadn't had one yet until this Saturday?
Yeah, I think that absolutely exists. I think that should be a concern. I think this trip combined with Minnesota on a Friday on a short week is a real threat and concern that Nebraska has to navigate. But you're put in the position to be able to go do this. They're not the first team that's had to go from the middle of the country out east to play this year. They're not the first team that's going to have to play on a short week. These are the things that you want to do when you're a college football player and when you're a college football coach. So it's on Nebraska to be able to overcome it. I don't think they're going to regard it as an excuse. It's just all part of it. And so getting out there early maybe allows them to acclimate, to be ready. I think they got both a break and a detriment when that game was announced for 3:30 local time out in Maryland. I think they would have probably preferred a noon kick, so that way you get back a little sooner for that Friday game against Minnesota. And yet at the same time, a 3:30 kick allows their body clocks and everything else to be a little bit more set with that afternoon. So I think ultimately Nebraska doesn't have a lot to be worried about in terms of going on the road for the first time. It's mostly a veteran group of teams. I think more than anything, if it's a sleepy environment in College Park, because that's not like a raucous area to go watch college football, even though they're 4-1 right now, a win against Washington might have actually helped Nebraska a little bit. Some more juice in that stadium. So it's going to be very much a bring your own juice kind of game. And we'll see if Nebraska is able to do that because that's been an issue under Matt Rule in the past.
Yes.
Well, Shafe, good news for you. The Mariners have loaded the bases with nobody out in the fourth, leading 1-0. So Detroit's demise is nearing.
It's all right. I mean, I prefer that it was another radio segment where Cleveland's playing right now, and I'm just trying not to react to anything. But
you did a good job. You did a good job. But hey, the good news is it's like Cleveland is in the playoffs because the Cubs offense has been just like Cleveland's offense, except actually worse because Cleveland scored more runs in their series than the Cubs scored in theirs. So there you go.
Famously, Cleveland scored more runs than the Tigers did in the same series. They just didn't do it in a good enough fashion.
In the right order.
Aggregate scoring. It's too bad the series wasn't aggregate scoring. Shape.
Everybody wanted to talk about the run differential for Cleveland all season, and wouldn't you know it, their run differential was better than the Tigers, and it didn't matter in the
Indeed.
All right, Shafe. Well, appreciate it. Thanks, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Enjoy the playoff baseball. Enjoy the best month of the year for sports. We got football like seemingly every day that ends in Y. You guys are going to Roncalli this week. What a week for sports. What a week for football.
That's right. Are you going to be there? Are you going to show up? You're going to come join us?
I'm going to make a stop by, represent the household. Even though I have nothing to do with Roncalli myself, I just feel like We need.
Well,
to
neither do
represent
we, but they invite us out there, and the
Every
food,
year.
the food is so.
Yeah, but I
good.
invited myself. That's the difference.
That's fine.
You're always allowed,
We
Shafe.
want our listeners of the Grum to invite themselves out to Roncalli.
We would love
on
to see as
Friday.
many people as possible.
Yes, we will.
Sounds wonderful.
Mhm.
All
We'll
right,
see you
Shafe.
Friday.
Well, we'll see you. We'll see you
Bye,
Friday.
Shafe.
Mike
See
Schaefer
ya.
of Husker 24/7 here on 1620 The Zone. The Tigers did get a double play,
Ah!
but because the bases were loaded, it did bring home a run. So
Yeah.
at this point in the game, you would trade 2 outs for a run. Now, if you can get out of this with only 1 run allowed,
Yeah.
maybe that'll be a little momentum.
Pitching change made, by the way, by the Tigers before that.
2 pitching changes, actually.
Two
This-
pitching
This
changes,
is
my
their
bad.
second reliever already. Casey Mize has already been taken out.
Oh, that's not good, John.
It's not
Oh,
good.
man, it looks like the...
Oh, popped him up. Foul ground.
Yep.
Playable.
Inning will come to an end.
Okay. So the Tigers.
What?
Nothing
Oh, yeah,
against-
you're rooting for the Tigers. You
well,
are
I'm only
a
rooting for the
jerk.
Tigers. I want a game 5.
No, you want Stibbs to suffer.
No. I
And
want
me.
it. I want a game. I want a
Die
game 5.
hard Mariners fan.
We're not going to
Gums.
get. We're not going to get game 5s in either of the National League series,
Yeah, that's fine.
and we may not get a game 5 unless the Blue Jays can come out with a win.
More time to focus on all that great football that we have on our televisions.
Listen. I'm good. I'm good. I just want some game 5s.
By the way, quick, real fast, because I know we got a guest coming up in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I saw this tweet in response to something that Happer said over the weekend. In terms of the changes that are being made that people would like to see, this was from one of his followers named Lance. Pointed out, Nebraska fans have been begging for the following to get fixed for over a decade. Awful turnover margin. They're currently in the top 18. Special teams. Currently, PFF has them number 1, which I did not realize. Penalty fiascos, top 25. And the person added massive progress. They are doing a lot of the things that we have been wanting them to do.
Yep.
They are doing the things we want them to do.
Yep.
Let's see if it can turn into more wins.
And that is actually the subject of our poll question today, which we will get to coming up. And here at the bottom of the hour, Stanford Steve.
Nice.
Not with SVP, but do we have to treat Stanford Steve as a hostile witness?
Because of why?
Because his good buddy is a Maryland guy.
I guess we'll find out.
Even though Steve's name is Stanford.
That's true. He's a Stanford guy, but we're not going to give him a hard time for that.
No, of course not. Stanford's going through enough.
Yes, they are.
1620 The Zone. As Josh mentioned, we have a poll question up for you right now that we'll engage in a little bit further coming up, but we're asking you, how much are you enjoying this team? Because there have been a few folks, I mean, certainly Saturday, there were a lot of folks who were angry in the second and third quarters, but are you enjoying it? Well, and enjoyment doesn't just have to be, well, they're 4-1, so of course I am.
Not, yeah.
But there's the how, how it's gotten to 4-1. Have you enjoyed it so far? And we've got some interesting responses that we'll get to, and it kind of leads me into this soundbite. This was Henry Lutovsky yesterday, Nebraska starting guard, on getting some of the criticism online for what went down, especially in the second and the third quarters.
It's always important to remember that, the guys maybe, DMing you after a loss or whatever, never played ball in their lives. They don't know what they're talking about. Like maybe one guy does. No, like what they say does not matter. The only opinions you should worry about is from yourself and from, we say it all the time, like, don't take advice from a person you wouldn't trade places with. Like, if I wouldn't trade places with some random guy sitting on Twitter DMing me, why would I take his advice? I'll take my coaching, take advice from like those close people in my life, but that's it.
Interesting response. Understandable. But I always get a little bit wary when folks start to play well, you didn't play the game card.
Mm-hmm.
Now, depends on, I don't know what the nature of the criticism was, or, exactly, the details of the criticism. And certainly if it was someone who was using foul language or, name calling or questioning the guy's manhood.
If you're sliding into a player's DMs, you're a moron. Like,
well,
I don't want to talk.
Too.
I don't ever want to have a conversation with you.
That too.
You're a jerk.
That too.
And an idiot. Leave people alone.
That too. But there's an overriding sentiment too, of, and not that I think the fans were booing the team necessarily, but I think sometimes there can be, and you don't want to turn this into us against the world part 185.
Yeah.
In this program. And I'm not saying that's necessarily what Lutovsky is doing.
No, I don't either.
But it is interesting that, fans can now, that takes I guess it's one way to, I can't say guarantee that someone will see it. I mean, it's one thing if you tweet at somebody.
Yeah.
Because you don't always see all of those, especially if you have a lot of responses. But going into one's DMs might be a good time for Henry to turn off the
this is,
if you don't follow me, or if I don't follow you, you can't DM me.
This is certainly not going to.
And that'd be advice for anyone, I suppose.
I do not. Happer has his DMs open. That is some freak stuff. I would never do that. I don't want people just giving me unsolicited opinions.
Yeah, I get message requests.
Not to mention spam and all that garbage. Like, I wouldn't do it. So yeah, like, you're an idiot if you're tweeting that or DMing somebody. I also would never allow that to happen in the first place. Yeah. I don't understand those types of people. I really don't. Yeah, and it's like you said, we'll get into this in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There was a comment in the Husker Online chat today, and Sipple responded to it, but one of the commenters, Obese Air Fryer, wrote, I'm not sure about anyone else, but from people I talked to, articles I've read and podcasts that I've listened to, there seems to be a lot of doom and gloom. But I wonder why. Nebraska's 4-1 with their only loss being to a Michigan team that is ranked number 15 and likely wins 10 games. Nebraska still has a chance to improve their win total from last year, yet it hasn't been pretty, and that can be frustrating. But I honestly feel that past teams would have found a way to lose both the Cincinnati and Michigan State games. To which Sipple said, I've been a little mystified myself. I genuinely believe Nebraska's history has created a complicated fan base. That's not necessarily a bad thing because it intrigues the hell out of me. I'm happy that I am noticing what he has noticed, because sometimes I cook up these ideas that we're going to talk about, like we will. And I'm like, am I the only one that is noticing this? But I have sensed that. And I think part of that was the roller coaster ride of Saturday in particular, where quarters 1 and 4 look really good. Quarters 2 and 3 look
right.
They look like last year at the lowest moments, right?
Right. Because I think that's probably the genesis of it more than anything else. I didn't sense there was a great deal of anger after the Michigan game.
No, for sure.
And not that I heard the whole show, but it wasn't a whole lot of anger after the Michigan State game on our overreaction show, or at least it didn't. At least the parts I heard.
Yeah, not from what I heard either.
And I thought it was going to be a lot more. And I would have totally gotten it. That was as schizophrenic a football game as I have ever seen.
Yeah, those quarters, again, those were
And
really tough.
those can be very frustrating, especially when it looks like you're on your way to running this team off the field and totally outclassing them. And then, my word of the week, futzing around, which is what they did for 2 quarters.
Yeah.
So I get frustration, but I'm more curious about, has it altered your view of the season, or just how have you taken in the season?
For sure.
So we'll address that in a little bit. And if you want to respond, it's in our JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. You can also comment there as well if you want to expand upon your vote. But coming up next, Stanford Steve, who will be in Eugene for the big Oregon-Indiana game. 1620 The Zone. Oh, it's getting ugly in Detroit. They're now,
Sean, it just looks that way.
they're now booing the Tigers as Cal Raleigh drives in a run with a single, and it's now 3-0 Mariners as they go for the elimination of Detroit. And then hope that the Yankees-Blue Jays series goes 5 so they have even more rest.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of amazing considering that the Mariners had such a rough go on the East Coast or Eastern time zone this year that they're playing so well. In fact, they already have 3 runs, which for some teams is a lot. And that's
We'd be about to give away prizes if this was the Cubs.
Correct. Just another reminder that we have Adam Sandler concert tickets. He's performing here in Omaha in a couple of weeks on the 21st. And if the Cubs score more than 3 runs, the second they do it, we'll take the first 5 callers to 402-951-1620. And you will be hooked up with tickets to see Adam Sandler.
Mm-hmm.
But that's only if the Cubs score more than 3 runs today. And that game will be starting in about 30 minutes as they face elimination as well. We are awaiting, we're hoping to hook up here with Stanford Steve of ESPN coming up in just a moment. Did want to read this email correspondence. Normally we hear from him, but today he emails from Vince, our Napa Valley friend Vince. Good morning, guys. Here's something I found interesting. Most people sell 8-4 as the minimum of what Nebraska needs to achieve this year in order to sell progress. I'll take it a step further because based on what the Huskers have done in the Big Ten, going at least 8-4 would represent something else. It would mean for the first time since 2016 that Nebraska has won at least 5 conference games. I believe the only time we won 4 in that span was 2019. It has been a while since they've had a winning record in conference.
And by the way, in 2019 they only won 3 conference games.
Mm-hmm.
So they went 3-6 in league play that year because they went 2-1 in non-conference play. So yeah, it's actually been even longer. It's been a tough run.
It's been a while,
Mm-hmm.
as they say. And quick reminder that according to our buddy K Ford, Nebraska right now is estimated to win. Their win total in the Big Ten is 5.6 with an 84% chance of winning 5 games in conference. So you're saying there's a chance. There's actually a really good chance. In fact, there's a 56% chance that they win 6 games in conference. That would mean a 9-3 season.
Man, that would be quite the jump. That would be quite the jump.
That would be quite the jump.
Jimmy says, so friggin' early for a stat like this. Ugh.
For a stat like this? Why is it so early for
I
a
don't
stat
know.
like this?
I don't know. He says it's false hope.
You can't win with these people. Oh, you're being too negative. Oh, you're being too positive. Oh, you're being too hopeful. It's like, geez.
Baptism by Fire says, I don't put stock in those being accurate, but fun to track week to week.
Okay. Fine. Whatever. I guess you won't like this either. But I saw this today from our friend Kelly Ford. This is his ranking of percentage chance of being in the CFP at-large conversation. Chance of being in the at-large conversation. And down there at the bottom, let's see if we can clear some of this muckety-buck off the screen so I can zoom in just a smidge. At number 20, there's Nebraska with a 23% chance of being in the CFP at-large conversation. And if you're not familiar with what he means by that, because he puts out a weekly chart that says, here's the minimum number of games every team needs to have, and it's based on, their quality and the quality of their schedule. He's had Nebraska all season long as having to win 10 games to be in the at-large conversation. So essentially what he's saying is they have a 23% chance of winning 10 games.
Mule Hog writes, it's crazy. It's not crazy to think if Nebraska takes care of business and is 10-2 that they wouldn't at least be in the conversation. To which Hip Hop Fiend says, absolutely not. Do not put that evil on us. Oh, this is awesome. People are happy. People are mad. You're too positive. You're too negative. I love it. That's what you want, right? You want someone to listen to you and think that you are both a homer and a hater at the same time.
Yeah, we get a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Ohio State 98% chance of being in the conversation.
And the only reason it's not 100 is because there's no reason that they would be in the. I guess they could be in the at-large because maybe they lose to Oregon.
What's interesting is some of the teams that are up there, even ahead of Nebraska. Vanderbilt's still up there. Utah's up there. Illinois, even with that hideous, ugly loss, they famously only have lost once. 49% chance of being in the at-large conversation.
That's interesting. I mean, their schedule, I still think it's kind of tough.
Honestly, outside of Ohio State, I don't remember who they have the rest of the way.
They have, let me pull it up right now, because I know that I've looked at it and just, I mean, that was the reason why I picked a little bit of regression for them this year. So you mentioned it. They have that. They have Washington still. Well, maybe it's not as tough because they have Maryland, who is fine. They have Wisconsin. They have Northwestern. They have Rutgers. But yeah, my opinion, they got to get to through the next 2 games at 1-1. But they also only beat Purdue by 16. So, we'll see.
Well, to me, it's more about how badly they got thumped by Indiana at home.
That ain't going.
No, that was in Bloomington.
It was in Bloomington, yeah.
It would be it would be a fascinating conversation. Let's say they lose to Ohio State this week, and chances are they could get thumped by them. What if those were their only 2 losses, but they were both ugly losses to potential or likely playoff teams?
It would be very similar to the conversation last year to Indiana, but they would have a worse resume because they would have, two losses and both of them, like, at least for Indiana, like, they got dominated by Ohio State last year, but the final score was not like awful. They lost by 20 something, if I remember right. That's better than losing 63-10. You'd much rather lose by 20, and they would have lost a second time. Yeah, if they're going to be in the conversation at 10-2, they would really need to put up a nice performance this weekend versus the Ohio State Buckeyes.
I would agree.
Really need to put up a nice
I would
performance.
agree, but I think it would make for a very interesting conversation, especially if you're arguing up against, like, let's say, a 9-3 Georgia.
That would be quite the debate.
Or a 9-3 someone in the SEC.
Oklahoma.
Or how about a 9-3 Vanderbilt?
That's an interesting one. Oklahoma has a brutal schedule.
And Oklahoma has a really brutal schedule. I mean, Oklahoma
starting this week. This is the weekend where it kicks off.
Oklahoma is the type of team where if they have 3 losses, as long as none of them are hideous, they'll likely be in the conversation because they have a really, really tough schedule.
Yeah, for sure.
And they've got that win over Michigan, who could also be in the conversation. Could be. I'm not saying they will be, but yeah, there's a lot of interesting scenarios that could play out. And who knows? Maybe Nebraska could be one of them.
They could be. Got to take care of business.
But it all starts with handling Maryland this week. And we're going to have a lot more on the matchup with preview of Maryland, our Nerd Turds segment, or 1620, the analytics.
Yep.
Tomorrow. And this is a real interesting matchup, especially when you look at Nebraska's offense versus Maryland's defense.
And the pass rush?
Not just that, but just in total.
Yeah.
Just in total. I think Maryland's really good in run defense. And as we know, Nebraska's literally middle of the pack in the country.
Well, what they're really impressive at is getting after the
quarterback.
But
they got 9 interceptions this year and 2 pick sixes.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch back the Wisconsin game, to watch back the Washington game. And while they lost the latter, they won the former in part because they had a short field in the first half that gave them a nice quick score that really allowed them to start kind of pouring it on them. But their offense is not good. Their offense is very inconsistent. They have a freshman quarterback who is a freshman quarterback, and you can see it when you watch him. Go look at the number of attempts that he had last week to get to 200 plus yards. I mean, it was a terrible yards per attempt. It was not very good. He hit a couple of deep shots against Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, of course, we know that they are not a very good football team. This game will come, in my opinion, it's going to come down to how well can Nebraska protect its quarterback. And Can they avoid quarters number 2 and 3 like they just had against Michigan State?
Mhm.
That's what, and we'll talk about it so much more as we get closer. But that to me is the thing that I keep thinking about ahead of this game. And as Max says, no stupid turnovers. Convert inside the 10, make field goals. You'll be fine.
By the way,
do those things.
Maryland's one of the top 5 teams in the country in red zone scoring prevention. And red zone touchdown
and
scoring.
what is Nebraska?
Prevention.
Not very good.
Not
right
good.
Now. We love quoting our friend Parker Fleming and CFB Graphs.
Mhm.
Quality drive rate, which is the artist formerly known as Eckel. Their quality drive rate is 5th. They're awesome at getting a first down that starts at the 37.5-yard line. Their points per quality drive now is down to 60th in the country. So that has completely changed over the course of the last 2 weeks because they have had numerous drives that they have crossed over that threshold and gotten 0 out of it, let alone even a field goal. They're averaging 3.56 points per quality drive. So they need to improve there. By the way, Tigers have scored their first run of the game. They now trail 3-1.
They're alive.
In the bottom of the 5th.
They're alive.
The bottom of the 5th. And also, you wonder, hey, if Nebraska played in a game like Maryland just did, where they were up 20-0 and then they lost, and they had a home game the following week, we'd be saying, how are they going to pick themselves up off the mat? This is going to be terrible. How well are they going to play? That's very real. They sold out the stadium last week, and now there is no juice in College Park. And so that, in theory, is going to work against them. And it should, in theory, work for Nebraska.
But they're not having to travel, and Nebraska hasn't traveled yet.
That is true.
So
and
there's a little bit of both in there.
Yeah, for sure.
A little bit of both in there. Still trying to effort Stanford Steve. We'll see if maybe he can join us a little later in the show.
Yeah.
Meantime, got a couple of Dana dimes here. Here was Dana's assessment of Dylan's game on Saturday.
You got the pressure of the crowd. You got the pressure of him just wanting to be great, and so there's a lot on his head. And when he's getting the crap knocked out of him, I mean, you're going to get loopy. And he was loopy, and he didn't play the way that he knows that. And we all know that he can play, but I'm just so proud of him for snapping out of it. And, he got hit again. And then the very next play, he threw that pass, so, he needs to continue to handle it professionally, which I know he will. But there's just a lot on that position. When it starts snowballing like that, and you're the one that's getting the crap knocked out of you, it's tough. Good for him for just hanging in there, making a play, and then getting us the win.
We haven't really talked about it much, but as many times, it wasn't just as many times he got sacked, but a number of times he got hit. And remember, he was a little dinged up at the end of last season.
Yes, he was.
So,
and that started about this time.
Protecting a lot of the focus right now on protecting the quarterback has been, these negative plays are just killing our drives. We had 3 drives that either started in their territory or at midfield and didn't even try a field goal.
Yeah.
But you also think about the toll that it takes and what it could mean. And I know there are some people who are like, that means TJ.
Oh, yeah, Bachelors of My Fire. It's the time to summon the T-fees.
Whatever.
Oh, man.
Not sure you want to do that in the middle of a conference schedule.
No, but you know what? It's why that people talk so much about pressure rate is the more important stat than sacks are, because you hit the quarterback. And eventually, I think that the thought is you're going to eventually start getting sacks, but you're also going to hit the quarterback.
Right.
And so you figured that their decision-making is going to take a hit as well.
Well, Dana was also asked yesterday, who do you blame for the sacks?
It's everything. It's everything. That one time, as I pointed the finger at the O-line, it's everything. It's the entire offense. One of the sacks, it was a bad play call. Now we just got kind of beat, right? But I can prevent that in that setting. When Dylan got beat after we would have scored and we went backwards, okay, it was a bad play, bad loss. I shouldn't have called the play I did, which forced 5-man protection. Tackle gets beat, and there's another negative play. So just compounding plays. That's on me. The running back, there's one on him. The receiver's got to continue to get open quickly. And then, Dylan, there a couple, one, I know at least one of them was on Dylan. We had a wide open end cut, and he didn't trigger it. Just got to be in the proper headspace and get rid of the ball. So it's just absolutely everything.
And that's been kind of the message of the week, that it's a bit of everything. It's not just the offensive line. It is quarterback not getting the ball away in time or making a misread, being a little indecisive. Maybe it's footwork. It could be a running back who's not protecting well. You know, we talk about Emmett and how important he is to the running operation. One of the other reasons that make him the number one running back is he is the best pass protector they have. Even he had a blown assignment on Saturday. I thought this was an interesting answer because, again, Dana does not come in here with priors. I mean,
I know exactly the one you're going to play. I could not agree with you more.
I mean, Husker priors. He's talking about the big wheel route, the pass to Barney that jump-started the team in the late third quarter.
That changed the whole sideline. It changed the entire sideline, you know, and so for, you know, and I hadn't been here for the last 10, 12 years or whatever it is, so I really don't care about what it's been like, but you could sense that on the sidelines. But then we made a play, it sparked us, and then we played great the rest of the game, you know, and so kudos to our coaches for not losing their minds. You know, kudos to our players for just hanging in there. And then obviously our quarterback sparked us, Ja'Cory sparked us, and then we played good the rest of the way and won by 11.
I love that answer. I love the acknowledgement of the last 10 years, and I love that he had nothing to do with it. You know, like all that stuff is great, and that's how you have to view it. And so interesting to hear him talk about how it was on the sidelines down there. Not surprised that thing kickstarted everything. Like it really is the dividing line of the entire game. You know, you can look at maybe not everything on offense before that because they did have the good first drive, but certainly the second drive onward, 6 drives that resulted in not even 20 yards. And then look at everything else after that. That was the beginning of 5 drives where 4 of them scored. They scored 24 points on drives, starting with that play, moving on. They got the touchdown, the field goal, then I believe it was the punt, then touchdown, and then the game over. Pretty incredible.
The Tigers are roaring again, and we almost had a bias, bitches.
Oh, thank God we didn't.
Javi he didn't quite Aaron Judge it. He didn't quite Aaron Judge it right. It went to the left of the foul pole.
Nice,
I mean, while we're on that subject, real quick, I wanted to show this because if you missed it last night, the home run, bring up the audio there, Nick. The home run by Aaron Judge, but I want to talk about it on the other side here of this highlight.
Okay.
It's a drive down the line. If it's Ferritz's moment, it is. It's tied. Judge has arrived.
Now, look at where this pitch is when he hits it. It's a 99-mile-an-hour fastball inside, and look at where we stopped the swing just to show you how far inside the ball was.
And he still
yanked it out of the yard, somehow had enough on it to get it that far, and then also hit the foul pole.
Incredible.
This picture tells an awful lot. I don't know. There it is. Oh, sorry. For some reason, it is not.
Here you go, like this. Full screen.
There we go. Thank you. So it was a 99.7-mile-an-hour pitch. First of all, look at how far his hands are in. I mean, he is not getting extension on his arms. He's not being able to use a lot of leverage. But this was the first time since they started pitch tracking in 2008 in any major league game that a hitter has homered off a 99-mile-an-hour plus pitch that was also 1.2 feet inside from the center of the zone.
Wow, that's insane that they have that stat.
They have that stat, but it was the most. It was the most impressive inside pitch home run on a pitch of that velo that they have seen in nearly 20 years. Incredible.
You know, I know hot take market was yesterday, but I think I'm ready to say it. Aaron Judge, pretty good baseball player.
Good take, Nick.
He's had a good series. Now, how much will people remember it if the Blue Jays still win it and the Yankees get eliminated? Because famously, the Yankees are not a franchise that settles for second place.
Yeah, let alone
They're
a home run in a division series.
People
that
forget.
You lose.
People forget Mickey Mantle, most home runs in the postseason in the World Series.
Yeah,
right. This is a very storied franchise, and that's not to take away from how Judge has played or his moment last night. But when you're a Yankee, you're judged a little differently.
Yeah, for sure, and you should be.
The Tigers have tied the game.
It's amazing that they don't
Javi
operate.
Baez comes through.
I'm
I'm
happy that that professionals don't operate like you do, where it was 3-0 earlier, and you said, "Well, this game pretty much is over now."
I didn't say that.
You basically did like 20 minutes ago. The Mariners are well on their way now.
Well, I said they were up 3-0.
Mm.
Now it's 3-3.
Oh boy!
And I bet the fans aren't booing anymore.
No, they're probably going yay, yay.
It's bottom of the fifth, one out, runner at second. That runner would be Mr. Baez, who just stole second. All right, coming up next, a bit of a follow-up on our hot take market yesterday when we got word of the forfeit of Lincoln High.
Okay.
Not playing against Millard South. We'll do that. I was able to think about it a little bit more last night.
Okay.
So we'll do that. We'll have some more football talk because I know you like football. Because
Excellent.
Mitch Holtis is coming up and fired up for football on 1620 The Zone. Well, friends, Nick has been working the dials, and he has discovered a guest.
Awesome.
From ESPN. You've seen him on the SVP show. You see him on College Game Day. You see him everywhere. He is Stanford Steve of ESPN. Stanford Steve, welcome to the Grum. We appreciate you coming on today.
Sorry about that, boys. I had a mix-up, and I thought you guys were calling me, and then I realized it was past 4:30 Eastern, and I said, I don't know what's going on here.
Well, Nick,
sorry about that.
No,
My fault.
don't worry about it. Nick sometimes confuses his digits. It's hard to pick up numbers. I'm curious, Steve, because you're the handicapping guy on the show. You love it. Of course, Bad Beats is one of the most popular segments of the week. Who do you like to listen to most when you're handicapping teams versus how much do you do a lot of your own research?
Yeah, I try not to listen to anybody. I just feel like I like to have my own opinions, watch my own game tape, read my own stuff. I try not to get in the way. I just feel like it's hard and it sounds crazy in what we do, but I don't want anything interfering. Like I know the time that I put in, and I feel good about it. So I try and stay away from as many people as I can. It's hard to do with social media because everyone's letting their feelings felt, and obviously everybody loves to tell you when you're wrong, but no one reaches out when you're right. And it's a very mean and evil place, that gambling social media world. So I've really found myself on it less and less. I'll post stuff to show people, what Scott and I are doing on the podcast or game day, and try and give some videos in the backgrounds. But like, I don't really check mentions or anything like that, or click on anybody else's stuff for the most part.
Well, Steve, along those lines, you've had a chance now to see the Buckeyes in person. You've seen the Ducks in person. Last week, you got a chance to see Miami take down Florida State. You've also seen Oklahoma. I wonder, because the first three that I mentioned, seems like everybody's in agreement that they're kind of in a class of their own. How close are the Sooners to that top group, assuming that John Mateer is healthy and ready to go, whether it's this week or beyond?
Yeah, I think that's the tricky question, right? I mean, when you look at them with Mateer being there and seeing them against Michigan, really impressed with what they bring to the table and the total overhaul that Venables has done and going to this new regime of get a new offensive coordinator along with the quarterback. You've seen, Vanderbilt made the biggest splash, and you saw Oklahoma do it. Utah has done it. So it's been very telling how different things are. I still wonder about their offensive line, which sets up for an ugly game against Texas. But they're in a day and age of NIL. You talk to any head coach or defensive coach, they want depth, and it's just gone across the country. But Oklahoma, they have the best depth of any D line, I believe, in the country. When you look top to bottom, especially at defensive tackle. I go back to Georgia when they're winning those 2 national championships. They're just rolling guy after guy after guy, senior, freshman, sophomore. But Oklahoma seems to have the best depth along that front of the defensive line that I've seen, which makes me think they're an upper tier team with Mateer. Because watching the tape last week, Hawkins was bad. It was not pretty. Kent State didn't score, and Oklahoma still didn't cover. That just tells you what you need. I know it's 44.5 points, but that tells you what you need to know about that Oklahoma offense. And he will be better this week, but he has to be better filling in the shoes of Mateer.
And I know that number, which was, I believe, 10.5 this summer, is only 1.5 in favor of Texas right now. Did that give you pause for a moment when you saw the number come out earlier this week that Texas was favored by basically a field goal?
No, I actually really liked Oklahoma, no matter what it was. But then Hawkins played, so now I'm a little hesitant in seeing what that looked like. But I still do like Oklahoma. I think Texas, everybody wants to talk about the quarterback position. I get it. I know what his last name is. I've watched him play, but they have way more issues than quarterback. I thought he battled his butt off against Florida, and obviously the end of the game circumstance can be handled better. But he's under duress all day. And the biggest thing that I noticed when I watched them with that Stark offense is they've always run the ball effectively and well. And they can't run block or pass block. So that's that's the reason I lean. I do think Oklahoma's offensive line is at a disadvantage against Texas's defense. I mean, everybody's talking about the under. The under at 42.5 is the lowest total of the Red River game this century. So, yeah, as I said earlier, it's going to be ugly. I just trust Oklahoma a little bit more with their defense.
Steve, you asked Scott Van Pelt an interesting question on the pod this week about Texas Tech and if their defense is elite. I saw a stat this morning that they are 10th in the country in pressure rate, but they're 114th in terms of blitz frequency. So they're not bringing extra pressure, and they're still getting there. Like, I wonder how would you answer that question? And I wonder what their place is amongst the teams, quote unquote, above their weight class, given how good that defensive line is.
Yeah, I have them ranked up 4th. I feel good about it. What I want to see, I think Missouri is the team. You talk about these one-loss upper-tier teams where we haven't seen them go on the road and really be tested. I know I've been to games at Utah. I know what that is. They're not what their great Whittingham teams are, but Texas Tech was, dominant. And you mentioned it. Those numbers tell you all you need to know. If I don't have to pressure and if I don't have to send extra guys and I still get pressure, I love my defense. I think you saw that in the Indiana game, which really I liked a lot. Indiana against Illinois, Altmaier had no chance, and Indiana never sent more than 4 guys. And when you could do that, that's a defense coordinator's dream, getting pressure with minimal guys. So Texas Tech, I really feel is legit. Hammond was impressive. I love was Dickey and Williams, the running backs. The way they catch the ball out of the backfield. I absolutely love when teams do that because that's where your mismatches are going to come. When those guys catch the ball, the guy that's trying to guard them or in that vicinity doesn't have the speed. And they were my biggest outlier of the season because I really like McGuire. But when I just didn't know how it was all going to come together, and I knew that game at Utah was early, but they have really put it together, and it's been really, really cool to watch. And I'm a big fan of the boys in Lubbock.
ESPN Stanford Steve joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Are you, when you assess Alabama, how close are you are you to just kind of throwing out what happened against Florida State? Because it looks like a different team now.
It definitely does. I think what was it Mike Tyson said, you don't know what you are until you get punched in the face.
Yeah.
Alabama got punched in the face a lot of times against Florida State. I still think there's room for improvement. I think they're being there last week. I think their coaching staff will tell you that they finally got Keenan back. He's their best run guy. But when being there, that final score was no inkling of how close that game was. Vandy went up and down the field. Over 100 yards rushing in the first quarter. But those turnovers inside the 10, man, they'll kill you. And that's what happened. Pavia gets it punched out, and then he throws a pick. And that was some old Saban stuff on defense, back against the wall, getting turnovers. They've shown improvement. I'm really, really interested in this week. Tough start, 11 a.m. local. You're playing 3 straight ranked teams. Missouri with everything to prove. I really want to see Bama. I think Ty Simpson is easily one of the most improved players in the country. He's legit. He's got an NFL arm.
Yeah.
And the best part is he's got NFL receivers. So Missouri's really got to get to him because they're going to have a long day if he has time to throw to those NFL guys.
Yeah, it's a real shame. I mean, I'm not saying you guys picked the wrong place to go, but it'd be pretty cool if you could have gotten to Columbia, Missouri, because this is going to be an interesting ball game.
Yeah, it's just the way the dominoes fall, It's you got to do what you got to do, and knowing that we had this possibility of going to Eugene, which I think is an ultimate proven spot. Which for every non-Indiana, every person that's not an Indiana fan, this is what we've wanted.
Yep.
Right? Them going on the road and really seeing what they're made of, because I do believe they're better than they were last year, and now they have an opportunity to show that.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that because they went on the road to Ohio State late in the season, and they lose by 20-something points, and they didn't really look like it was a competitive game, especially in the second half. I'm guessing you think this has a chance to be different. What's the biggest reason why you think the Hoosiers are able to make this at least more interesting, if not outright win the football game?
Their offensive line is better, and their offense is better.
Yeah.
When you look at when they went to Columbus last year, being there for that game. Their offensive line, they went to a silent count. So when you go silent count, you got to get the defense ID'd. But then Knowles was so good because he would disguise stuff and then he would change the look, at that under 15 time when the communication goes out. So now everything's on the center who has to get everybody on the same page while in the same time being on the hook for the silent count. So I wonder if they change how they do it. It doesn't mean much in a lot of people's world. I like the idea that Mendoza has played at Austin before. It's a different kind of place, but knowing like a quarterback, like they're absolutely on top of you there. But just knowing the confines and knowing how loud it could be, it affects things. And I think Mendoza having that, as a monster underdog when he was at Cal, I think that helps them. I really believe Indiana will hang around in this game.
I know he's your guy and he's your running mate, but he's also a Maryland guy. And his team is playing Nebraska this week. Has Scott been filling your mind with Maryland stuff? Hey, we're going to bounce back. That 20-point lead that we choked, we're going to be okay. We're going to be fine. Do you have a take on Nebraska, Maryland?
Yeah, I think it's super interesting, guys. I think one of the funnest conversations of the offseason all year was who's the fourth spot for the playoffs. You've been thinking with the Big Ten and SEC are going to get 4 teams. Who's going to take it? Oregon was a question mark. Obviously, everybody had Ohio State in there with their schedule and knowing if they got the one early, they'd have an out-of-conference win and their road schedule, going to Washington. Now they go to Illinois. But I always thought, Ohio State would be there. But, Nebraska, Iowa, USC, Michigan, all these teams in line for those. Washington I put in there. These are the games you got to win to keep moving forward. Nebraska, I don't think they played their best against Michigan, and I think they'd be the first person to tell you that. So now you go on the road, and you got an opportunity. Sloppy, I thought at times last week, but when they had to, they make plays, and that's been, you guys know that's been the biggest crux. Second half mistakes for the Cornhuskers. And Maryland, Scott's confident in his guys. I worry about the rest of the fan base. They just want to point fingers, and they don't get the whole support thing. Like, you go to root for your team, and they packed the joint last week and jump out to a 20-0 lead, and it's great. And then a targeting call, they lose their best defensive player, and they can't. It just keeps unraveling. Awesome quarterback matchup this week. I can't wait to see Dylan on the road. And I think Malik's the real deal, man. Talking to Elite 11 guys out there, they always said 2 things. He might be the best one in that class, and maybe the best thing for him to keep him motivated is that he didn't win that Elite 11 that year. So, Maryland's going to have skill guys. And what they've shown this year is they've improved up front. They've gotten in trouble against the big boys because they can't handle things on the line of scrimmage. But they were right there last week and, that close to being undefeated. But that's what you got to do in this sport. You got to rebound after you face adversity and face a tough loss. I think it's a super big game. Really, plenty on the line. I haven't seen any Nebraska people walking around town yet. Usually they like to spend a week wherever you guys come, and it's awesome to see. But I'm waiting to see that Sea Red. I got to leave for Oregon tomorrow morning, but I was hoping to run into some Nebraska folks before I left town because you guys are the best.
Steve, one more before I let you go. You guys are on the pod. You so often talk about patience with coaches. Bo Pelini's name, I know, has been brought up sometimes in that regard, given the amount of success he had and the lack of success Nebraska's had since then. I use that as an entry point into what's going on up in State College with James Franklin. And the loss to Oregon, I think we all say, hey, sometimes you lose to a top 5 team. The loss to UCLA, a bit less forgivable. How do you view maybe where that relationship has now reached this point of length of time together and the lack of getting over a hump?
Yeah, it's a fine line. I just think there's a lot of things that they haven't faced in James's tenure that happened in the last 2 weeks. He's never lost that game as a big favorite. There never was that embarrassing loss. And then you couple that with, having a lead in overtime and not being able to win a whiteout game against the top 5 team in the country. I do think he and his staff have earned the right to have these next 2 opportunities against Ohio State, going there and then getting Indiana at home. There's plenty opportunities still left. There's a whole ton of football left in the season, but I don't know how they fix it in the quick time that they need to, because the defense was the issue last week. Like, they got carved up, 270 yards by UCLA on the ground, and I get it. People, I love Jerry Neuheisel. I love Coach Rick Neuheisel, and he deserves a ton of the credit. But a lot of that was just quarterback run or broken play, and Nico's running all over the place to count for 5 scores. The offense, I thought, looked all right. They just had to keep playing catch up. So I haven't seen the Penn State defense get worked like that in such a long time. That's what was so puzzling to me. So I think Knowles is, he's getting paid the most by a defensive coordinator because I think he is the best. So the room for improvement is draft. They have plenty of talent. They really got caught in a super flat spot, and UCLA had to hustle, I guess, against the world mentality. So it's down right now. But again, all you can ask for is opportunity. I mean, that's the best thing about the new playoff we have is you have multiple opportunities, and Penn State still has 2, but they're absolute must games if they're going to continue their season and trying to get back to the playoff.
Stanford Steve, he'll be on the College Game Day set with the boys from Eugene. It's one of the best visuals around because they really turn out for it. Of course, the duck will be there. The motorcycle will be there. And it starts in the dark because they're out there on the West Coast at
time of the year.
At 6 a.m. local time. So stay warm out there. Enjoy the game. And we really appreciate the time, Steve.
All right. Well, you guys are in charge of stacking some wins together because we want to get back to Lincoln. You know that.
We'd love it. The USC game, USC's got to keep winning. Nebraska keeps winning. Both teams could be 7-1 that first or second week of November. I'm just saying.
I like the sound of that, man. You guys are the best.
All right. Hey, thanks, Steve. Stanford
got it.
Steve of ESPN. The Detroit Tigers had taken the lead.
This is unreal.
5-3 in the 8th. Or sorry, is that the 6th? That's the 6th.
Yeah.
Wow.
6th.
Yeah, that TV sucks.
John's talking a little bit like Gus Johnson right now.
He is. I know we got to get to break because we have Mitch coming up in a
We do
moment.
have Mitch
I
coming
do
up.
want to read this real fast. Ollie Connolly, who
In
writes
relation to Bill?
no, but funny enough, covers college football and has a newsletter that says explaining why smart football. So this person looks at football a different way. Per sources, Bill Belichick has discussed buyout options with North Carolina's hierarchy. Belichick has signaled a willingness to trigger his own $1 million buyout if he can find a soft landing with another team or in media. Members of his coaching staff have already spoken to other schools and are expected to be in the playoff about taking on roles during the postseason. From one coach, the Rats are leaving the ship. Some staffers believe a change will come within 2 weeks. And it's a long thread. I don't want to read every single tweet, but how about this? From one UNC defensive assistant, quote, "What we've done to these kids is effed up," end quote.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Not great. Belichick's communication with his staff in the past 2 weeks has been described as weird and distant by multiple members of UNC's coaching staff. Not great.
Well, the ship is sinking.
Yes, it is. There was a really interesting story by one of the local papers. I think it came out on Monday, and it was a lot of this type of stuff where it's just like, it's bad. It's bad.
It's bad.
It's not very good.
It's
there
very
right now.
bad.
Not very good there right now.
Shock surprise. The Brewers are already threatening to
Oh,
score in the
no!
first. 1 out, 2 on.
John, just chill out, all right? Don't be such a crybaby.
I was reporting the facts.
But you
All
said
I was
it with
doing
a,
was stating facts.
shocker.
I wasn't
Oh.
those jackass jerk store ugly ass Brewers with that buck tooth guy at second base, Christian Yelich, who looks uglier than a skunk's rear end. I didn't say that.
I love the fact that
I
people
thought it.
are going to see like
Cubbies.
Steve joined us. So like, I'm going to check out that pod. And then they just listen to the end and they hear that.
Oh my God! And the ball falls down. Jeez, they got to force it second. No, they don't even have a force it second. Christ! How do you not catch that? It's a freaking pop up on the infield.
Should we talk to Mitch?
I think so.
Okay.
Good Lord! A damn comedy of errors. 16-20 the zone.
You ready?
The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the...
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man,
Touchdown! Kansas City!
the myth,
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
the legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chuckle? Just right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Ivy.
Mitch Holtis.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
You being in the flow, 40 targets, 26 catches, you being in the flow and the offense starting to cook. What's going on?
Oh, man, we're just trying to get on the same page, getting guys going early, staying within the game, playing for each other, playing with energy. Coach been preaching it all week, play with energy, and that's, what we're trying to bring.
And attacking Detroit, what's going to be the key there?
Taking what they give us, playing to our strengths, no penalties, not putting ourselves in a hole, and just, doing us and having fun.
That would be Hollywood Brown, and this would be Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. I was going to mention, Mitch, that this Chiefs offense in the last 2 games has scored 65 points. That's 2 more points than they had in the first 3 games combined, and this is all before Rashee Rice returns. So the offense turning a corner before they are, dare I say, at full strength has to be an encouraging sign, especially playing a Detroit team that is going to be out at least 2, if not 3, of their cornerbacks.
Well, and that's why I had Hollywood Brown on, and I talked to him earlier today to get that quote, because and the 4x100 meter relay team is now almost all on the field. But if you had Tyquan Thornton and Brashard Smith, you do have it. But yes, red zone efficiency. They're getting down there and they're scoring touchdowns and not kicking field goals. And that's a big sign. It'll take all of that against this Detroit team, which I think is the best in the league. But still, the offense is starting to click, and they're running the ball. The running game was there against Jacksonville with Kareem Hunt, a 33-yard run, and Pacheco had a 17-yard run.
Yeah, Mitch, I heard on Mina Kimes' pod this week that this was the best offensive success rate inside of a football game for the Chiefs offense since the 2022 season. Remember, success rate is, staying ahead of the chains, picking up X amount of yards, down to down to down. I thought that matched the eye test. You just said running the football. Like, what is that what you would most attribute the improvement to, or why they've been able to do that over the course of the last couple of weeks, or would you say it's something else?
I would tell you it's the offensive line continuing to mature. The offensive line has had 2 excellent games back to back. And Simmons played sick on Monday night and still had a really good game. And you're going up against, they did not have Trayvon Walker, but you got Josh Hines-Allen. You've got a really good defensive front. I think the offensive line is probably the lesser told story because of all the skill guys running around and coming back. So that's a big part of it. I know it's a boring answer, but that's the answer in my opinion.
Mitch Holtis joining us. Mitch, obviously the Trevor Lawrence play at the end of the game was half part amusing, unless you were a Chiefs fan, and also part frustrating too. A lot of folks kind of focused in on Chris Jones and what he did or didn't do on that play. I'm curious if there's been more of an explanation of what happened there, and if that has been a story the last 48 hours.
Well, it's been a story with the media. It's become also a national story too. But inside the building, there hasn't been a ton of discussion about it. Now, Spags will be at the podium tomorrow, and I'll get my one-on-one with him tomorrow. So I'll have a little more clarification. I just, I'm sitting here trying to think and watching the video several times. I do think he got decoyed into thinking that somehow the play was over. You've seen this. I don't care football at what level, that when let's say a punt returner fumbles the punt, and then everybody kind of stops, like, this is something good. If you're covering the punt, this is a good thing. And then they pick it up and run it for 40 yards because everybody kind of relaxes a second. Now, that's not to take Chris off the hook or, sit here and watched him make plays since 2016, but I do think there was an element of, is he down, or, somebody else will get him, or, this play's not going to go well for them. And then,
Lawrence had the ball bounce, end up on the second bounce, and he runs in. So that is my thought on it. I'm going to go back to the offense too, because there was good signs in the Jacksonville game and there were bad signs, and all three phases were culpable because the offense had an opportunity, as good as it's been the last 2 weeks. They had an opportunity to seize that game. Possession 4 at the end of the second quarter, 3 and out. Possession 5 at the start of the third quarter, 3 and out. And that's where you win the toss and defer and you get to back-to-back possessions, and they got 0, 0. And that was a chance, even with 2 field goals, they're going to go up 20-7 and change the complexion of that game. So offensively, there still is more to do, much more to do, especially against a juggernaut scoring right now in the Lions.
Yeah, Mitch, I want to ask you about this game, and this is a part question about the matchup and part question about your prep, because I wonder how far back you start going. Like now that we're getting into week 6, are you going back to week 1? Are you going back that far? Because if you have, I would love to know what you are seeing from them that is different from what we saw at Lambeau, because that Lions team was one where on Monday morning all the hot takes were, they're done, they're toast, the coordinators are gone. Meanwhile, a month later, I think they're atop like every power ranking that I see right now.
Well, it's similar to the Chiefs, and their offense seems to have, it takes a little bit of time to get it running. Now, let's just look at the work as a whole and the fact that these guys, the Lions, now have a chance to lead the league in scoring in back-to-back years. That hasn't happened since the Saints of 08 and 09. But at the level they're scoring, they're right around 35 points a game for the last 2 years in a row. Now, wait for it. That hasn't been since the 41-42 Bears that have had that kind of level. So they're, even though they had a clunker game in week 1, this is a high-powered group.
Yeah.
The Green Bay was able to mitigate their run game, which was really hard to do. I mean, they ran like 2 running plays against the Ravens and just run roughshod over them. But when you got the Montgomery-Gibbs duo running the ball, the Green Bay was able to stop and slow them down throughout that game to hold things down. If they get the running game going, they got too many other things to do where they could blow you out of the building.
Mitch, I saw this stat today. Since facing Philadelphia, Kansas City has not faced a top 25 pass rush team in terms of total sacks since Philadelphia, and Detroit comes in with the second most sacks in the league. How much of a challenge will this be for those 5 guys up front?
A bunch, and they'll blitz you. Their linebackers are very active. We know about Anzalone could do, but Aiden Hutchinson right now is playing as good as anybody this side of Nick Bonito in the NFL, the pass rusher for the Broncos. Aiden Hutchinson's, you need like 3 guys to block him, but they also have some other guys down the line. It's just an aggressive defense, and yes, they get after the quarterback. And they'll blitz, but they can get it done with just 4 blitzing. So, yeah, this will be the biggest challenge since probably the Charger game in week 1.
Mitch, you say aggressive. Of course, we also know that the Lions are very aggressive at going for it on 4th down. Does that affect? Does that change the mindset of the Chiefs brass in a game like this?
Well, let's just take that into consideration because the Minute with Mitch on Channel 3 every week deals with that. Because I've been bringing down marker and slide it to 4th down. The league's changing.
Yep.
But guess who's 9 out of 10 on 4th down this year?
I think
Chiefs.
Kansas City, yeah.
Yeah, 9 out of 10. So the league is turning into let's go for it more. But Detroit and Dan Campbell, to your point, really good point, was the first to be a really good team to do it. I mean, they were 15-2, and they were 4th last year in the amount of 4th down attempts and 4th in the league in success rate. And overall, the 4th down success rate in the league last year was 57%, the highest it's ever been. So Detroit kind of changed the thinking. It's like the Army coach, Jeff Monken, said, I do get 4 downs to advance the ball, right? And so that's kind of permeated into the National Football League, and the Chiefs have been more aggressive on 4th down than they've been at any time under Andy Reid.
Well, I think it's going to be a really interesting game. Obviously, there's a lot on the line here for the Chiefs just because they don't want to go to 2-4. But given how Kansas City's played offensively and defensively, I know last week they gave up 31 points, whatever it was. I still think the Chiefs have a really solid defense. I think this is going to be an excellent, excellent matchup next Monday.
It's going to be a phenomenal game. And again, the Chiefs are here. They are on center stage, just another stage.
Yeah.
But the Detroit's really good. But I'm with you. And Detroit's got great special teams. Khalif Raymond's got a punt return for a touchdown. Their punter set a net punting record last year in NFL history. Their kicker was a brick salesman. I think he worked for Rooferees, and then he got a job as kicker with Detroit. But no, I think it's an excellent game coming up.
Mitch Holtis, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Thanks, Mitch.
Thanks, guys.
We'll talk to Mitch, of course, every Wednesday here on the Grum. This would be a good time to remind folks that if the Cubs score more than 3 runs, if they score more than 3 runs,
got to be more than.
it will be the first 5 callers get Adam Sandler tickets. I say that because the Cubs have tied the game against the Brewers, and they have 2 on with 1 out. And if I want to say something else, but
he snow coned it.
yeah, Jerk Store Freelick in right field stole away an extra base hit.
It was kind of cool.
He stole away a potential prize from one of our great friends.
Exactly. He's a jerk. He's a jerk. He is a jerk, and he ought to look himself in the mirror, and he ought to write jerk in shaving cream underneath his jerk face, because he may have, well, I mean, it wouldn't have scored 3 runs.
But it could have been the start of
But
scoring
it could have been
runs.
the start of scoring 3 runs. So he's still a jerk.
Yeah, I couldn't agree
Meanwhile,
more.
the Tigers are
Speaking of jerks.
jerking the ball out of the park.
Yeah.
Gleyber Torres just homered. It's now 8-3 Detroit.
Former Yankee
In the
Gleyber
7th.
Torres.
Oh, here
former
we
Nick's
go.
favorite team
Here we
soon.
go.
Nick, you monster.
Here we go with the Yankees.
Yeah, the Yankees.
But again, the reminder, if or when the Cubs score more than 3 runs.
More than 3.
It must be more than 3 runs. First 5 callers get Adam Sandler tickets. He'll be performing in Omaha on October 20th.
So if he had a home run here, that would mean more than 3.
Yes.
Because that would mean 4.
Yes, it would.
1 plus 3 equals 4.
You're
Quick
correct.
maths.
You're correct.
We have had so many topics that we were almost going to get to in the last hour.
Just can't do it.
And we haven't been able to
Just
do
can't
it.
do
We
it.
still have to get fired up.
Well, and we're going to do that
We haven't
next.
talked about how, put this on the list. Bill Belichick fired. By the time Nebraska comes home from Minneapolis, Bill Belichick will no longer be coaching at North Carolina.
When they come home from Minneapolis.
Bill Belichick's going to be out before Nebraska's game against Northwestern. I'll say it that way. That's a better way to phrase it. He will be gone before Nebraska plays Northwestern. I will put it on the list.
Okay.
Nice.
Put it on the list.
All right, we'll get fired up for football next. And if it were to happen, now I'm not saying it's going to. If it were to happen during the commercial break, just be ready.
Is Nick going to play a drop that lets people know if they've done it, or they just got to follow the game?
You got to follow the game.
By the way, Tigers 8, Mariners 3, much to John's, the reverse of chagrin, whatever the word is.
I just want
happiness.
game 5.
His loins are happy.
I want Stibbs' team to clinch in front of Stibbs' crowd.
You are a monster.
A monster.
You're
I'm giving the people of Seattle.
Wow.
Well, they are Seahawks fans.
Good point.
I want to give them the opportunity to storm the field.
Oh, that'd be awesome. A storming of a baseball field like it's 1910.
We'll be back with Fired Up for Football in 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream. You can visit the website today, krtrelief.com. You can get free shipping on orders over $15. You can also claim 10% off your order. So easy to do. And why use KRT, you say? Because it can help you recover, or it can get you ready for what you are trying to do. And that is one of the coolest parts about this product. First of all, it works. It's helped me out a lot over the last few months, but you can use it before or after. Warm up the muscles, reduce the risk of cramp strains with KRT Athletic Muscle Cream, because you apply it before your workout to enhance the flexibility, improve circulation, as well as boost performance. Or maybe something happened during the workout, or you just want to be, getting out ahead of the game. Well, it speeds up recovery and it reduces muscle soreness with KRT Athletic Muscle Cream. It accelerates the natural healing process. Go to the website today, krtrelief.com, and take advantage of those great deals and make sure that you are feeling good again. The website, krtrelief.com.
People of the American heartland, lend me your ears. The greatest news since the restoration of the Cracker Barrel logo is here. It's football season. Time to turn your attention to those wings on the grill and to yelling at the telly every time Desmond Howard opens his mouth. In the college game, the Big Ten Conference tries for an unprecedented third straight national championship and pins their hopes on James Franklin.
Oh, this is going to age so well.
In the National Football League, the Philadelphia Eagles are now the team with the bullseye on their backs. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson still seek their first Super Bowl. And could it be the Bears and the Raiders might actually be good? Join us now as Unsportsmanlike Conduct previews the coming week of gridiron action. Here are the games you will watch. Here, in the order in which you will watch them. Here is Fired Up for Football 2025.
People.
They got to score 4. More than 3.
They've
equals
only
4.
scored 3. They
John
have
was-
not scored 4 thus. Don't start calling in.
It's
'cause
wild
it ain't
watching
happened
Nick.
yet.
Isn't it wild watching a Cubs game with John? Like they're doing well, and John's still mad somehow.
Uh-huh.
It's wild.
It's what Odd
I'm
Thing said
mad
earlier.
because they're finally doing what they should have been doing all along.
But
Also, John hates earrings.
he hates earrings.
I hate earrings if you don't hit.
All right, so don't
But now
call us.
Pete Crow, he can wear his earring again because he hit. He got a 2-run single.
Oh my god!
And now
Guys,
they've gone. I busy.
I know. Then I took it off because I figured people wouldn't be calling us unless we're getting spoiled right now.
No.
But don't call us.
Don't call until they get more than 3.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, 3 is equal to 3,
That's true.
but not more than 3.
Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen, Dansby. All right, fired up for football.
Let's do it. You want me to run this so you can just watch the game?
I mean, all I have to do is do this.
All right.
It's probably for
click
the best
little-
if you run it,
Click
though.
the little arrowy arrow.
I just want to make sure.
I'm good.
I'm happy
I'm
to
good.
help.
I
I'm
can.
happy
I
to help
can.
you.
I can focus on 2 things at once.
Nice.
The Thursday, Friday games. Uh-oh. Here it is.
Nice. What is it? Next 5 callers?
Next 5 callers.
Boom.
402-951-1620. Thanks a lot, Rick. Nick, don't call me Rick Mears. You sped that ball by the catcher, didn't you, pal? So the first 5 callers right,
right.
now, 402-951-1620.
If you can hear us, stay on hold. Stay on hold, and Nick will get your information in a little bit. Don't hang up. Stay on hold. Nick is going to go one at a time.
You know who's
One at a
not
time.
fired up for football? The Cubs offense, because they keep interrupting it.
They do indeed. All right, what do we got, John?
Thursday, Friday is a
You missed Wednesday. Missouri State at Middle Tennessee. Liberty at UTEP. Starts tonight. We
I don't
got
care.
football. Well, I do. We got football tonight, John.
who cares?
We got football tonight.
Who cares? Probably the best game on here. South Florida is at North Texas Friday
Yeah,
night
sure.
at 6:30 on ESPN2.
Rutgers at Washington is interesting. It is interesting.
Sure.
It's interesting at the very least. It's
That's on
interesting.
FS1 Friday at 8.
Okay.
To Saturday afternoon. Illinois gets to play host to Big Noon kickoff.
Again.
Number 1, Ohio State at number 17, Illinois.
Wow. What a big game for Illinois. Let's see if they can keep it interesting. I think it's going to be difficult. I think Ohio State's the best team in college football right now. They're playing very, very good because they're making games boring. Their defense is awesome.
Number 8, Alabama at number 14, Missouri.
We mentioned that game with Stanford Steve
We did.
earlier. That's a really interesting matchup. Alabama, the win last week, impressive, though it was not as dominant as the final score indicated. Let's see if they can go on the road and do it again in Missouri.
Yes, our weekly Cincinnati watch.
Hello, look who they're playing.
They're playing UCF.
Ska Fra.
That's 11 a.m. kick on FS1.
Hello.
And whoa, look who's returned to Fired Up for Football. It's UCLA.
Why have they returned to Fired Up for Football?
Well,
John?
they're a future Nebraska opponent, and they're playing the team that Nebraska just beat.
I think I'll put that game on my laptop just for you, and I'll take a photo and I'll tweet it out.
And then we get to the middle afternoon.
God, it's so good. It's so good.
2:30 on CBS. Number 7, Indiana. At number 3, Oregon.
Badass game. Wish it was on opposite Nebraska.
I know, and
It makes me
I mean,
so sad.
this sucks, and I love the Red River rivalry.
Red River
shootout.
Yeah, well, John's gone woke on us.
I'm sorry, Red River shootout.
Red River shootout is not my favorite rivalry in college football, but it is probably in my top 2 or 3. I love it every year. I hate that it's on opposite of Nebraska's game. I love this game.
I mean, there's a chance I'll be paying more attention to those 2 games than I will the Nebraska game.
No, you got to do overreactions. You have to pay attention. I hope John Mateer does play.
I just coast right through that.
I hope John Mateer does play.
Peacock. 2:30, NC State versus Notre Dame.
Is Peacock on YouTube TV yet, or is that happening later? Have you seen that news?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, it's going to be on NBC. It's going to be on YouTube TV. Peacock will be available on YouTube TV. That's called cable.
And 3:15 on the SEC network. I believe this is the re-debut of the Bobby Petrino experience.
It is, John.
As he takes over as the new interim coach at number 12, Tennessee.
It is indeed. And
Nebraska at Maryland, 2:30 on BTN.
Don't forget about the pregame show and the postgame show.
There is no pregame show.
Don't forget about the post-game show, Big Red Overreaction.
There is no pregame.
I forgot about that because we haven't had road games to cover this year. Yeah, all right, never mind.
Michael and I have the week off.
My bad. Except you don't. You have to do Overreaction.
Yeah, but I'll coast through it.
Okay.
Saturday night, Florida at Texas A&M. This game all of a sudden has gotten a little more interesting now that Florida has found something. Maybe.
Yeah, man, this would be a classic Aggie spot to lay a freaking egg. Do not lay a freaking egg, Aggies. I'm just kind of waiting for it, though, man. I really am. I'll be honest.
Man, you talk about the game of the week. This is it. Iowa at Wisconsin, baby. Let the points not be scored.
You see what the total is on this?
It's low.
It's like 35.5.
It's low.
It's tiny.
6 o'clock on FS1.
It's tiny.
On ABC, the South's oldest rivalry, I believe is what they called it.
They do indeed.
Georgia at Auburn.
They should call it the South's second oldest rivalry after the South versus the North in the Civil War.
I mean, the Civil War does outdate Georgia and Auburn.
It does indeed.
On NBC.
This is very interesting.
Another Nebraska former opponent versus another Nebraska future opponent as number 15 Michigan goes to Southern California.
Remember a game last year?
Maybe like the Beverly Hillbillies going to SoCal.
Before Michigan beat Ohio State and Alabama at the end of the year, this was their best win. They welcomed USC into the big house. USC played well, and Michigan kind of beat them up. Will they do so again, or will the cross-country travel come to bite the Wolverines?
I can't wait to hear the Wolverine, the Wolverines.
They will not.
Oh, we had to get on an airplane.
They won't be whining when they're whooping that
and
USC
they ran
ass.
out of pretzels and peanuts.
I don't know. I kind of like USC in this.
This one's another interesting one.
Abso-freaking-lutely.
Kansas has got a hell of an offense, and they're going to take on number 9 Texas Tech on Big FOX.
This is an awesome game. We talked about Texas Tech earlier with Steve. I really look forward to this because of what the Jayhawks are able to do on offense and then that nasty Red Raiders defense.
Quickly, South Carolina, LSU on SEC Network, Purdue, Minnesota on Big Ten Network, and late night ESPN number 21, Arizona State as at Utah.
Noise.
We head to week 6 of the National Football League, and oh, brother, Al Michaels is going to be complaining about this one.
He won't be able to see anything,
That's
so
true.
that's going to help him. Honestly.
The Eagles and the Giants. Woof.
That's a gross football game, John. That's a gross football game.
And it doesn't get much better as NFL Network Sunday morning will present the Broncos and the JESTS, New York Jests.
Gross. Absolutely gross.
The early window is Chargers at Dolphins on CBS. Cowboys and Panthers on Fox.
Let's go Cowboys.
And take a look at this. On CBS in the late afternoon window, we have a split decision. Those of you watching on KMTV Channel 3 in Omaha will get Bengals and Packers. But those of you in Lincoln on KOLN KGIN TV 1011 will get 49ers and Buccaneers. So if you're good enough and you don't have DirecTV and you have an aerial, you might be able to watch both games.
You don't have DirecTV. What is this? 1998.
Or whatever. Who cares?
I'd rather have 49ers Bucks. I think the Lincoln folks won.
Oh, easily.
49ers Bucks is
No
the
one
much
wants to
more
watch the
interesting
Bengals.
game. No, it's a terrible game.
I guess I misspoke. I said Monday night with Mitch. I don't know what was on my mind.
Sunday night. Yeah.
Sunday night football is Lions and Chiefs.
Bum, bum,
And
ba,
then
da,
it's the
da.
not doubleheader. Bills Falcons on ESPN at 6:15. Bears Commanders on ABC Monday night 7:15.
Awesome.
And real quick,
Best game that we are not getting in Omaha or Lincoln. God, I mean, honestly, it ain't really any of them. Yours,
Cardinals, Colts, Rams, Ravens.
Yeah, Cardinals, Colts is solid. Your game could have been interesting, but the Ravens decided to suck. Also, I'll say this: the Saints play tough. They play tough.
They do. They do. They play as tough as their ironclad, strong backbone fan base.
Bingo.
To the grades.
Wow, you didn't go all the way to an A+.
Well, here's why. On
Did you have
college.
to do bigger overreaction?
No, but thanks for reminding me. No, the A+ was what we had a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And this one isn't
Just a tiny bit
quite
worse.
there.
That's fair.
I wanted to, this is more a grade not to punish this week, but just to amplify how good
it was.
It was 2 weeks ago. This is as close to an A+.
It's a very good week.
Without being an A+ in my book. NFL, I only downgraded it because, I mean, the first two games are bad and the early window sucks.
But then I feel like it does make up. Like starting at 325 all the way the whole rest of the weekend.
And that's why I went to a B-.
Yeah, so I went A+ and I went B. I'll hear your argument, honestly, on both, especially on the college slate. I think even the games that aren't ranked on ranked, like Kansas, Texas Tech, super awesome. Red River Shootout,
Yeah.
like I'm always into that type of stuff, right? I like a lot of the games. And
it's a really, really good week
Indiana,
of college
Oregon's
football.
going to freaking rock.
Did you already make an Iowa-Wisconsin joke?
Yes.
No, no jokes at all. It's going to be a great game. There's going to be a lot of not points scored.
Punts instead of points.
I'm excited because my weekend is set.
Why
I'm
is
gonna watch the Nebraska game, and then right after that, go to the Iowa game, and then Sunday I get to watch the Dolphins on Paramount.
Friends, all the tickets are gone.
Don't stop calling us forever, but you don't have to call us right now.
Yeah, if you're
The
trying
Cubs.
the Cubs actually got 4 in the first.
In the first whole inning. Wow. They're on pace to score 36 runs.
That was only the first.
I'm going to tweet that.
Have the Cubs ever scored 36 runs?
No, I don't believe so.
Do you know what the franchise record?
I'm
for
gonna look it up.
runs Runs is for the Cubs.
I want to say it's like 23, 24.
Most runs the Cubs have ever scored in a game, oh my gosh, was 36 runs in 1897
Oh, of course.
against the Colts. Who were the Colts? Louisville, the Louisville Colts. They won 36
Damn, did that
to
even
7.
count?
That's
Wow.
a football. All right, give me an okay. I'll give you one in the 1900s.
They gave up 7 runs. Jeez.
In 1995 against the Rockies. They scored 26 runs. That is the most that they've scored in the 1900s.
26.
They won 26 to 7. A lot of football scores. Their top 5 run scoring games all happened in the 1800s. 36, 35, 31, 30, and 28.
Famously, the Cubs once scored 22 runs in a game and lost.
Oh my gosh, I'm scrolling. Oh, there it is. To the Phillies, 23 to 22. Were you a fan back then?
No, this was before we got cable.
This was 1979. Wow.
It was a game.
Oh my god.
It was a game. This shows you how bad the Cubs were.
Bad.
But it's bad.
WGN would replay that entire game during the winter because it was so unusual, but they still lost the game.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
That's brazy.
All right.
Debates?
Dumb debates next. 1620 in the zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. From your mom.
Listen, listen not to We Did Anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton? Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Well, if you had the Cubs scoring more than 3 runs before dumb debate started, congrats, you're a winner. It's 4-1, good guys. Going to the bottom of the second. This is Dumb Debates. You know the drill. You have them all the time. It is around the house, around the job, with your friends, with your buds, sitting in the stands at the game.
Sometimes when you're in the shower and you just think of something, it pops in your head.
Right. But Dumb Debates happen everywhere. This is your opportunity to bring them to us and let us debate them. Use the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page and use the hashtag Dumb Debates, so we can find them easier. Or you can email your dumb debates.
Please do.
John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank inbox. Well, here's an appropriate one from Dave.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Which postseason is most stressful for fans of a team?
The answer is baseball, and I'm not even a baseball fan, but because of the everyday nature of it and the pitch-to-pitch nature of it, how it's just, I know that there are plays in football, right? So, like, a game can turn on a play, but there's something about the pitch-to-pitch nature of baseball where your whole world can unravel. But the everyday component is what makes it the worst, in my opinion.
I would also argue that baseball has the highest anticipation factor of any sport.
Easily.
What do you mean?
Just with the time it takes between, like, football plays happen like boom, 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 boom. But baseball, you could have, I mean, with the pitch clock now, but still so long between.
There's more time between a football play than there is a baseball play.
Well, not if they're in a hurry up, but I mean, but there is an anticipation.
There's a little more tension.
And
Yes,
the play
I would agree with
happens,
that.
the play generally happens rather quickly, right? It's a pitch. As someone who has had to go through stressful moments with both of my teams in recent years, I can attest I was much more stressed out in 2016 than I was in 2021. Not that I wasn't stressed about the
It's
Rams.
an everyday thing.
But yes, I famously put 10,000 steps on watching a Cubs playoff game. Didn't quite get there with a Rams playoff game. Tried, didn't. But yeah, no, it is. Baseball is a great sport, especially in the postseason, for building drama. And I think it's why it is a great sport. Now I will give it up for our friends on the ice.
Yes.
You get to a game 7 or you get to an overtime where next goal wins. That is some intense stuff.
Absolutely.
I would put hockey up there pretty dog. I mean, it rivals football.
Well, I mean, when you have overtime, I would say that is the most intense, like in a playoff game, as intense as you can find.
But it's also the fact that by nature, hockey is a low scoring sport.
Sure.
So it feels like one goal is monumental.
And then, of course, in overtime, when it literally is the difference between winning and losing, it is the most and best thing of all time.
Now, we haven't mentioned basketball yet.
No, I mean, and basketball can be intense. You know, I've very much cared before about a basketball game, but I don't find the intensity of that just as high.
I think March Madness lends to it. I think you get to a deciding game in the NBA, it lends to it. Unfortunately, I don't mean to overgeneralize, but there's a lot of times it's like early games of an NBA series, you tend to get some blowouts, and it just doesn't feel like it's quite as urgent. But you get to a deciding game.
Oh, it's awesome.
And that gets pretty good too, especially when the fans are allowed to cheer and they're not playing the stupid music all the time.
Nice. Got him.
John, what about the NASCAR playoffs?
No, we're not talking about that. KD writes, McVay or LaFleur, bigger merchant. Nick, you're young. What does that mean?
Merchant?
Merchant.
What is that?
I don't know. It's an insult of some form. Do you know what it means?
I guess I don't.
Oh, okay, that's right. KD's a dumb Frisco fan. A merchant. I mean, a bigger merchant. I'm assuming. I don't know what merchant means. What does it mean?
Well, it's like in a video game, you go to a merchant to buy.
No, yeah,
swords and crap.
so that's not the type of merchant that we're talking about.
I don't know then.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm assuming if he's being insulting, he needs to look no further than his own head coach, who has famously never won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but that guy's a good coach.
But he's never won a Super Bowl.
Still a good coach.
He's like Marty Schottenheimer.
Wow.
Except Marty's better looking because
Marty never made it to a Super Bowl, though. I don't know what it means, KD.
I don't either.
The answer is LaFleur, by the way. Whatever is the more insulting one, it's definitely Matt LaFleur.
I mean, say what you want about
Packer
McVay.
fans all know it too, by the way.
McVay's a top 5 coach in the NFL.
McVay's awesome. He does some stupid stuff sometimes, but anyone would want him, barring, Bill Belichick in the old days.
And look at all of his disciples that he already has around the league. I mean, we're not talking Bill Parcells here where he's 60 years old. We're talking about a guy who just turned 40.
Yeah, the answer is...
And he's got all of these guys spread out all around the league, and people keep coming to our team to steal coaches.
Yeah, the answer is LaFleur. Whatever is the more negative thing, the answer is LaFleur. I got one for you, John, from... Where is the one that I wanted to do next? From Rick. A food package gives you a range on cooking time. For example, a frozen pizza says to bake 20 to 24 minutes. Do you bake to the lower number, higher number, or split the difference?
I don't even look at the instructions.
Whoa. You live on the wild side.
Well, because I'm looking, I mean, the first thing I think of is frozen pizza, right?
Yes, me too. That was the first thing I thought of.
I generally know how much time it takes, and I'm looking for a level of doneness.
So it's less about the time and more about the look of it.
The cheese has to be turning brown.
Bingo. That's why I do it to
my wife and I disagree on this.
This
because
is amazing. You guys disagree on every type of food.
She tends to.
She wants it undercooked.
Not under. Well,
wants the cheese
to me,
cold.
To me, it's undercooked.
But I do worry that you just want everything burnt.
No, it is not burnt. Nicely browned cheese is not burnt. Now, there is one frozen pizza that I don't mind overdoing, and that's Jack's.
Yeah.
Because it's got that cracker crust. And I just, I'm fine with that. But, a better pizza or maybe a thicker pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'm looking for that nice little golden brown on top of the cheese. If it doesn't have that, it ain't done.
Yeah, so I usually do it to the lower number, and then I just start peeking at it, looking at it.
I tend to split the difference. You can always cook it more, but you can never cook it less.
Severe says it depends on if you're at altitude or not. The lower number usually is for being at altitude. I had no idea. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
KD, by the way, has followed up on his question.
Oh, great.
Says, I was drunk in the backseat of a car driving up to the mountains when I sent that, and I meant luck merchant. And adds, and McVay has a smaller coaching tree than Shanahan. Tough look, John.
Does he?
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I know your favorite coach in Miami is of that coaching tree.
He's going to be a very good offensive coordinator somewhere next season.
That's called San Francisco. San Francisco. Spencer writes, John being a spokesman for foodborne illness wasn't on my bingo card today. I think John's the opposite of that because he wants to burn everything.
What?
His wings are overcooked.
No, they are not. You've never had them. You can't speak to it.
Jordan says John probably likes a well done steak.
No.
John, is that true?
No.
That's so gross.
That's why we call you well done, Bishop.
Why do people want to have barely melted cheese on their pizza?
I don't know. Ask your wife.
I don't understand that. That's so weird to me. Also, especially if it's a thicker pizza, maybe the toppings in the middle aren't quite like warmed up if you're barely getting it to melting stage. You want to make sure the whole damn thing's cooked. You people would be terrible at making Chicago deep dish.
Might as well put it in a ditch.
Only idiots say that.
No, not the deep dish. I was talking about the undercooked pizza.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Husker Priest says, I just turned 50 years old. What activity indicates my age the most? Reads the newspaper daily, yells at fast drivers, watches Dancing with the Stars.
Newspaper. In 2025, that is some old-ass activity.
Absolutely it is. If you read the actual newspaper, that is some old man stuff.
Did you see that the World Herald's cutting back a day on their print?
Yeah.
And their price just went up for my subscription.
I mean, I yell at a lot of drivers who are going way too damn fast.
That's a I feel like you're always allowed to yell at drivers.
Yeah.
no
Well,
matter
yeah,
the
if they're
age.
driving recklessly, absolutely.
I yell at least 3 people a day driving.
Also, I don't think watching Dancing with the Stars says you're old.
No, that doesn't strike me as
Yeah,
an
that's
old
more.
thing.
That's more of a.
What are you going to say?
Well, women do watch that show more than men.
That's actually
Only women are allowed to dance, says John.
Wow, John, is that true?
I've never watched that.
Yeah, so honestly, only one of those things is for olds, and that's reading the newspaper daily.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild, man. That's
What if
living
they're
on the
reading
wild
the
side.
newspaper on their tablet?
That is also an old person move, but I do it.
Is it still a newspaper if it's on a digital medium?
Yep. It's just like if it's a television show, even if it's streaming.
I don't feel like a sad one today, so I'm going to slide past that one.
Oh.
From G-Fed.
What up, G-Fed?
What is the best college football program you're 100% confident will never win a national championship? Well, okay.
Yes.
I guess we can take this question one of two ways. Ones who will never win another one again, or ones who have never won one.
All right, so we can give 2 answers.
Go ahead, say it.
I forget. Does Iowa have one technically?
I believe they do claim one.
All right, so I'll go with them as the one who will never win one again.
Oh, you've already made the prediction.
It's Nebraska. Of course, it's Nebraska. Who has never won? Which teams have never won a national championship?
Who's the best team?
I'm
who's
going to
never
say
won one?
Southern
Oregon.
Illinois will never win a championship.
Oregon is on the doorstep.
Oregon.
Nice, Nick. Oregon is on the doorstep of.
I think they will one day.
Yes. Let me give you. Okay, so the winningest programs who have never won: West Virginia, Virginia Tech, Wisconsin. See, and then you get to Navy. Navy doesn't. No offense, Navy. They don't care.
No, not anymore.
I mean, honestly, I'm happy to say West Virginia, Virginia Tech, and Wisconsin. They will never win a national championship.
No, they won't.
Unless something is going to happen to college football that I am unable to foresee coming, that just totally alters the sport and flattens it to that degree. It is. I'll go with just of those. Virginia Tech. No way. That place is down bad right now. That's kind of a sad question, though.
Yeah.
But also Iowa. Again, unless something changes massively in college football.
Yeah, I would agree. Trying to think if there's another obvious one out there. Trying to think of some SEC schools.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't know who claims what, Kentucky. I don't know if they have one. Kentucky's not going to win a national championship.
Yeah,
they don't care enough.
No, they don't.
North Carolina, probably not.
Definitely not right now.
No,
So
not
maybe
right
they'll have a more
now.
likely chance if they fire him.
I have one.
Okay.
Potentially.
Okay.
This is one I thought of myself.
Is this a team or is this a question?
It's a question.
Okay.
Question.
The
dumb debate.
No team out of all the sports can share the same name as another team.
Awesome.
The team that was around first gets to keep their name.
Oh.
But of the remaining teams, what would be the next best mascot for them to go to? Now, I know this can be very broad.
Well, yeah. So you're saying like whoever had the first name Cowboys, there can only be one.
Or whoever currently has it, but then they still have it now. Like the Rangers, you got
Texas Rangers.
the Texas Rangers, and then you got the New York Rangers.
Sure.
And the New York Rangers.
So
are
we're
first.
just going pro sports. We're not talking about like college and pro.
We can include like college football, but
Because that's a lot of there's like a lot of Tigers and a lot of like there's the Oklahoma State Cowboys. There's the
Yeah,
Dallas Cowboys.
I mean, who knows who the first Tigers team was?
Yeah, that was the question. So, and what's the question then?
What would the next best mascot be for a team that's forced to change?
Well, let's just say this instead of because I feel like it's just a little hard because we don't know who was the first.
Yeah.
Your team has to change. Chicago can no longer be the Cubs because there was a different Cubs. What would the Cubs be?
The Northsiders.
Ooh, that's good because it's very unique.
That's the first thing that came to my mind.
I like that.
The
That
Northsiders.
is a really good one.
If the Cowboys weren't the Cowboys, it would be something with like there are the Oilers because I was thinking of something to represent like the rich oil tycoon, the tycoons.
Oh, what about the Jarras?
The Dallas. He would love that.
How about the Losers?
No, John. They
The
used
Glory Holes.
They won
The
Super
Glory
Bowls.
Holes.
I
you
like
go.
tycoons.
Oh, can you imagine the mascot for that team?
The Dallas Integration.
The Dallas Glory Holes.
I don't like that one.
Now, okay, what
How
about
about the Dallas Snipers?
the Dallas Grassy Knolls?
That would actually snipers kind of works pretty good. It tells a story and it's a unique name.
What about the Rangers?
The which ones? The Texas Rangers?
Yes.
I mean, you could come up with a lot of that. You could call them the snipers.
Now I like the Texas Rangers because it's literally
A
the
thing.
the
Yeah.
law enforcement agency down in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So I really think that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
For the longest time, I had no idea where the Texas Rangers were located when I was a kid.
Texas.
It never dawned on me that they were in the Dallas Metroplex for some reason.
Yeah, because it's the whole state.
It just called them Texas, and I'm like, where's that? And at the time, their stadium was not next to Texas Stadium where the Cowboys
because
play.
Cowboys were in Irving.
Because they were in Irving.
Irvington? No, just Irving. Katie says the Dallas Landmen. They're the Landmen, not Landman.
Nice.
I like this one. Now I know, John, you responded to it, and you would acknowledge that your answer is not the true answer to this. But
what's that?
Somebody said 28-3 is the most famous score in the history of sports. It needs no context. To which Zach said he's got a point. Can't think of another score that famous. Now you said that 35-31 is always the one that you will forever associate with one game and one game only.
Yeah.
But I got to thinking about it. Is 28-3 the most famous score in sports history? I don't know any famous baseball scores, right? I don't know. Like, there's not a score in
8
baseball.
to 7.
Well, there you go. That was certainly.
But no, honestly, not a lot of people remember.
But 28-3.
That tells a story.
It does.
It does.
Because I don't want to say every non-sports fan knows it, but that is a score that I think a lot of people would hear and go, I know what that one is.
I will remember where I was forever when that happened.
I will as well. I was sick in my bed watching the end of it.
I was in college.
I was sick watching it.
Wow.
Yeah. I was excited though, because a lot of people kept tweeting at me like, oh my gosh, you're gonna be right
But
about
I can't
overtime.
believe I didn't see it coming because they had that incompetent idiot in the coaching box for the Falcons. That loser of Super Bowls. I
Well
can't
played,
But
John.
no, in all seriousness, it is because, like Nick said, it tells a story, and it happened in a Super Bowl. You've got hundreds of millions of people watching, and it has since become a meme that every time,
yes,
20, and it's an unusual score, right? 28-3 doesn't happen very often. And anytime it gets to 28-3, some announcers have actually referenced it when certain teams got up 28-3 and said, boy, I hope that doesn't happen. And then it almost happened. And I wanted to choke that announcer through my television screen. Actually, I want to choke this guy on a regular basis, but that's beside the point.
Kugler?
But I don't know who he is. But
that's funny.
It is. I think
it's so famous.
It's hard to think of now, the reason I said 35-31, and again, this is a me thing. I grew up with the legend of that game, even though I was 4 months old when it was played. But I grew up with the legend of that game being so impactful. And anytime I see that score, because it also is a unique score. You don't get a lot of 35-31 games.
It's high scoring and
it's high scoring,
there's
but
a
it's
field goal involved.
But it's a common, right? 31
It's common
points
enough,
is
but it's
common.
also not common because it requires both teams to score.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that to me is the only other score that I would put there with it. But I also acknowledge that most of the rest of the country doesn't remember that game like we remember that game here.
Sure. 70-20 is a fun one, but that's also just a very much me thing.
Sure.
Now, I would also say that, and thankfully I've forgotten it, but what was the Colorado score?
62-36. Somebody
62.
commented that
See,
on the YouTube.
People in Buff fans, now most people in Colorado don't even know the Buffaloes exist.
Nice.
But yeah, that score would.
You could make an argument that if 35-31 is the most famous score in Nebraska football history, maybe you got
62-36 is the most infamous.
Yeah.
Even more than 70-10.
Yeah. For sure.
Or 70-39.
Yeah. Yeah, you got 62-24 against Florida, 24-17 against Miami because of what it meant for Osborne, but 62-36. I mean, all you have to do is say the numbers and people are like, oh, that's the beginning of the end, Like it represents a changing of the guard.
Kid starts crying again.
Yeah, he does. Whopper writes, NBA equivalent would be a 3-1 lead, but that's a series record, not a score.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a very famous thing that whole year because the Cavs came back and then Cleveland blew it to the Cubs. They both had one team was down 3-1 and the other was up 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
Chris says 19-0, Nebraska, Arizona State. That's another infamous one for sure.
It's an infamous one, but it's really not terribly memorable.
It's not as memorable as 62-36.
I mean, and it's interesting because I think we just passed the anniversary, 222-0.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that a couple minutes ago too. That's a good one.
It's a good one, but I don't think enough people are familiar with that score.
Probably not anymore. Like I actually talked to somebody who just learned about it recently, like a sports fan, and whereas like I remember learning that as a kid, so I always have had it in my brain. But you got to really care about.
I bet if you go back like 2 generations, it might resonate more.
Which one?
222-0.
Yeah,
but because more time has passed since then, it's not as memorable.
A fun tweet from a listener named Kevin, who writes, fun to hear about John's favorite game when he was just a baby. In the 1947 NFL season, the game between the Chicago Cardinals and the New York Giants on November 30th ended in a score of 35-31 in favor of the Giants. That's the game, of course, you were talking about.
I don't remember that game, but I'm sure Kevin was probably there calling it for Mutual Radio.
Wow. I've never heard a game on Mutual Radio before.
That's the precursor to Westwood One, of which only us old people like me and Kevin would know. He was talking into that square microphone.
Those microphones were so wild back then.
He and Graham McNamee.
Hey, everybody. This is Pipsqueak Kevin Kugler. Graham McNamee.
I think it's really cool.
It's a whiz bang of a day here at the old ballpark.
That Kevin Kugler was Walter Cronkite's mentor. That's really cool.
Wow. Is that true?
I can't believe you know him, John.
I know. It's amazing.
757 texted in earlier, by the way. Mississippi State will never win a national championship. That's a good
Probably
one.
That's yeah.
That's a good one.
Though I'm surprised being a member of the SEC, they don't claim at least 6 of them.
They probably do, honestly. I should go check out
I bet
their
they
Wikipedia
do somewhere.
page.
I bet somewhere some rando professor at Northwestern voted them number 1, and they claim that title.
Probably.
There you go. Dumb debates.
Awesome.
The Tigers have
Dispatched.
forced Game 5 Friday afternoon.
Could you say it with any more happiness in your voice?
I'm so thrilled that Peak at Day Baseball while we're at Ron Colley.
We're not going to be able to watch it.
What is that? That piece of crap doesn't get the game on your little Apple. Your little Apple's
No,
too
it
sensitive.
does, but I'm gonna have to use this for video because I know your computer will probably be broken. Oh, your tiny phone.
I've watched many games on my tiny phone.
We need it on a Travis Kelce sized phone, John, not your little pipsqueak.
I don't have a flip phone.
I said pipsqueak. That means tiny.
No, you said Travis Kelce. I said, I don't have a flip phone.
No, Travis Kelce, as in, big.
Do you really believe her?
He's a football player that's a tight end that's 6 foot whatever.
Probably. I think she's over.
It'd be pretty embarrassing if it wasn't.
I think she's overcompensating.
I'd
for
make
something.
fun of him for it.
John, nobody writes a song about something that's fake like that.
No one's ever written a song about something that's fake.
Only
what about Puff the Magic Dragon?
I mean, specifically, what do you mean? It's about a dragon. It's about a boy and his magical dragon.
There's been a lot of Puff references lately on the show because of Meet the Parents.
Yes, there has.
There really has. We brought it multiple times. Hey, Cubs have 2 runners on. Remember, the contest is over.
The contest is over. They've already scored.
It's not if
more
they
than
score
3
4 runs in another inning.
Yeah, though it would be nice.
We did just get a caller who asked, "Did I win?"
No, that was a half hour
That was a
ago.
while ago. You did not win.
No, those days are over.
Kudos to all the friends of the Grum.
Oh,
it's fine.
Well, it looked like he was confused.
Kudos to all the friends of the Grum who were paying attention and won those Adam Sandler tickets.
Congrats to you indeed.
And kudos especially to the Cubs who've realized that 4 is more than 3.
John, I got another way.
But they need to win. They need to score more.
They do. I got another way that people can win.
Win what?
Money. And they can do it.
How's that?
Well, they go to underdogfantasy.com or they download the Underdog Fantasy app. And are you ready for this?
Guys.
You can do it in Nebraska. No more do you have to go to that weird spot in Iowa that everybody goes to off the interstate.
Oh, yeah, the most, the biggest sports book in Iowa, the empty cornfield.
Go to the Google Maps and you see a bevy of cars. No, you don't have to do that.
Nope,
you can
you
do
don't.
it in Nebraska, which is what John and I have done for many a weekend of the football season so far, even though we are just a month in. All you got to do is find a matchup that you like, pick a player that you like or dislike, if we're being honest, and go higher or lower. We were talking about it earlier. We got Giants and Eagles coming up tomorrow. There's been a lot of drama between Philadelphia players and media all throughout this week. Do they finally have a breakthrough game? Does Saquon Barkley go higher than 85.5 rushing yards? What about A.J. Brown? 64.5 receiving yards, higher or lower? And if you use our promo code, you can score big-time bonuses.
1620thezone.com is our promo code. Yes, you can. And thanks to the Detroit Tigers, we'll have Friday baseball. Tarek Skubal's going to pitch. I bet there's going to be something on there about higher or lower on strikeouts. Let's go, folks. Get that Underdog app today. Sign up with our promo code 1620thezone. Score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That is promo code 1620thezone. With Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Here's an extension to dumb debates. I don't even know if it
Yes,
was
I was
meant
just going to read this
for
as well.
Dumb debates from Money Chris. So who we rooting for, Michigan or USC? I mean, part of me thinks we've already lost to Michigan, so that kind of evaporates into the ether, but would we want a USC team to be rated as high as possible when we play them? So when we beat them, it looks better. So I guess we're rooting for USC. Correct.
Yeah, if you want Nebraska to get off the wins over ranked team schneid, you want USC to win this game and beat Notre Dame this month as well, because then they would enter into the game with only one loss. They would certainly be back in the top 25. And Nebraska would have a chance to do that. Now, if you think there's no way that Matt Rule will ever beat a ranked team, then you want USC to lose. So then they won't be ranked, and then Nebraska has a better chance to beat them. But that's some 3D chess that I'm not going to participate in.
I don't think that's 3D chess. I think that's 3D paranoia.
3 dumb chess?
Yeah, I mean, the easy answer is USC. For another reason, like we talked about with Stanford Steve, what if both teams come into that game 7-1? That becomes one of the biggest games of the weekend and a lot more eyeballs. And for those of you who pine for the days of College Game Day being on campus,
they're back, baby.
Probably would
2
end
blue
up
bloods with 1 loss apiece. Yeah, they'd definitely be in town.
Yeah. So definitely rooting for USC. Plus, you don't have to root for Michigan.
Go blue. You know who else will be in town for the Nebraska USC game? Nick Grimm getting ready for 16:20 the pregame.
You're right.
A night game on NBC. God, that'll be so fun.
Well, that's if NBC has the pick. You don't know that.
You're right. I don't.
No.
Why would I be so confident about something? You're right. I don't know.
What, do you have moles inside of Rockefeller Place?
Maybe I do. Maybe I'm talking to.
Maybe you're just lying to the people because you're a liar.
I would never lie.
You lie like a dog.
I would never. Dogs don't lie.
Yeah, they
Dogs
do. My dog lies down all the time.
Dogs tell the truth. Sam says, wait, Sanford Steve is now a friend of the Grum? He joined us earlier today. Nick has the podcast uploaded for your listening
It's actually been
pleasure.
the second time he's been on.
Yeah, people forget he joined us during the early part of the Scott Frost era. But that was before video, so we don't talk about it much. Nick, would you like to ask us some questions? God, would you ask us some freaking questions?
No.
Okay.
Fans have expressed frustration that the Husker defense hasn't thrown up the bones after a big play. Are they right to be upset? Is it time to find something new?
No.
Where's this complaining coming from?
I think the first place I saw it was from our friends at the No Block, No Rock podcast.
Oh, shout out. A great podcast.
But I could have swore I saw somebody do it this year. It's just not very memorable. Should it be done more often? Yes. And should it be changed? Never. It's unique to Nebraska. I mean, was it funny when who was it? Was it McCullough did the Spider-Man thing, or someone did the Spider-Man? And which is cool, which is fine. But then I also saw guys in the NFL do it as well. Throw the bones. Nobody else does that except Nebraska. It's unique to us.
Is Matt
so
Rule,
keep doing it.
Is he destroying traditions at Nebraska? Does Matt Rule disrespect the program like Nick disrespects Chiefs fans? I'm sad that throwing the bones are going away if it is.
I don't think it's going away. I think they're just not doing it.
Very sad.
Guess we need to get old Jason Peters and Grant Windstrom in there to teach him how it's done.
Yeah.
And say, you better throw the bones around here, son.
Yeah.
And he can say that because, he's old enough to be the father.
Nice.
The folks who are running rev share and third-party NIL, the College Sports Commission, is setting up a snitch line. Hotline.
Oh.
For folks to anonymously report NIL rules violators. What are the odds a deep throat who calls this number will lead to a bust of a renegade program?
I think the odds are incredibly low. This is mostly going to be trolls and people that are making jokes. I heard that Alabama, they have been paying players more than they should have. I don't think this is going to lead to anything, John. And I pity the folks that have to work those phones.
I'm going to do them, Nick. I'm going to do them a favor. Bring up the pot now.
Yep.
I'm going to do it right now.
Okay.
I'm going to dial the number here to NIL Go.
Oh.
ringing. It's still ringing.
The offices of the College Sports Commission and NIL Go! If you would like to submit a third-party NIL application for approval, please press 1 now.
Nope.
If you would like to offer an anonymous tip about an NIL violation, please press 2 now.
Okay. Hey. Yeah. I'm anonymous. I'd like. Oh. My name is Mike Stibbs.
Hey.
And I'd like to report Maryland, Minnesota, Northwestern.
Okay.
Kurt Signetti.
Hey.
Ohio State.
Yes.
Michigan. Definitely Iowa. UConn. Villanova, Marquette, St. John. Oh, you probably get a lot of St. John's already now. Georgetown, and yeah, they're all cheats. I'd like to turn them all in. Thank you very much. St. Thomas too. St. Thomas. Thanks.
Wow, St. Thomas.
Wow.
That was awesome. That's cool that you got to do that live on the air.
Yep.
Good work, John.
We've turned them all in, baby.
That's exciting.
Bunch of cheaters.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of not cheaters,
the
Yankees. They survived a terrible start last night to push their series to a 4th game. Will they beat Toronto again tonight, or are the Blue Jays going to the ALCS?
Blue Jays are probably going with a bullpen game, and they already had to use up their bullpen last night. I think this is going 5.
I believe it's going 5 as well, John. I think the Yankees will take care of business. And I'll say that Aaron Judge gets another homer.
Whoa.
Homer.
Speaking of the Yankees.
Yeah?
Aaron Judge launched a ball to the moon last night and is now hitting 500 with a 577 on-base percentage and otherworldly 1.304 OPS. This coming off 2 straight postseasons where he hit below 200. Are we happy to see him get it right, or do you still wish he sucked?
I thought it was funnier when he sucked. It was.
Wow, I can't believe you would say that about one of the great superstars of this game.
You want the Cowboy superstars to fail at every
They're not
passing moment.
superstars. They're not great. They're not Hall of Famers. Aaron Judge,
Micah Parsons,
he's a Hall of Famer. I can't believe you would say this. I can't believe you would wish something like this on someone like this. Certainly no one on this program has ever said, man, it would have been nice if Ohtani never would have won a World Series. That would have been awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But he did.
Yeah, I wish he sucked. I liked it more when he sucked. Oh, look at this, a little pickle.
We love a pickle.
That's a pickled jalapeno.
A little pickle can't be about you-know-who.
By the way, Eric and Fremont points out that on the NIL report earlier, you forgot Millard South.
Oh, we'll call them. We'll call them during the break.
Okay,
perfect.
We'll call them during the break.
You know, you have to feel for the Cincinnati Bengals media team. Everyone gets to put out cool videos to inspire their fan base. Meanwhile, the Bengals get to put out a video of Joe Flacco's name being pressed into his jersey.
What?
Would you rather be on the Bengals video team or the North Carolina Tar Heels?
Oh my gosh!
This was the video they put out earlier today.
Wait, they don't even stitch it?
No, they don't stitch them anymore.
What? Since when?
Since recently.
Are we sure this is his jersey, or is this like a replica to sell?
I don't know, but they're making
fans.
They're making Flacco jerseys.
Well, I would say if you would have asked this question like 3 hours ago, I would have said the Bengals. But then North Carolina took the lead because now it seems like they're all trying to get out of the Bill Belichick business. Bill Belichick is trying to get out of the Bill Belichick business. So I think North Carolina has taken a slight lead.
I'm going to say Cincinnati.
Wow.
Only because at least the media team at North Carolina can immediately shift gears to basketball soon.
That's true. The Cincinnati Bengals famously don't have an NBA team.
Yeah, and the Bengals seem like a really lost cause, right?
Yeah,
and their most famous player isn't playing right now. So what are you going to do? Show
Boomer Esiason?
You're going to show Joe Burrow sitting on the bench with his injury?
That'll be sad.
That's kind of sad.
It is sad.
Hey, guys. Remember my hot take from yesterday's super hot take market?
Hot take.
Well, the odds makers sure thought it was hot. My coach, Mike McDaniel, is minus 300 favorite to be fired by the end of the season. I told you it was a hot take.
You did say it was a hot take. He is definitely going to be fired. Why on earth would they bring him back for another year?
I don't know why they bring him back for another day.
Nick, we should call that the dumb take market.
You know, it's going to be funny because it won't be just like a traditional firing where you just call the guy in the office and say, sorry, this isn't going to work out. Because of who he is and he's such a nerd, they're going to give him a swirly, and then they're going to pull his shorts up and give him a big old atomic wedgie.
Is that true, Nick?
Yep. And then they're going to say, you're fired.
Mr. Wedgie? Man,
Yeah.
that'd be a tough way to get fired.
Getting a wedgie.
If our boss gave me a wedgie and said, see you later, pal.
I mean, surely that's illegal.
I
That
mean,
probably
I
is
hope
some
so.
kind of work right violation.
It would be good content.
Yeah, I mean,
Good video
gone. I would get to
content.
participate, but I'd be gone.
I know, but it would be good video
I mean,
content.
sure, yeah. Hey, watch Josh get a wedgie. Sure, that's solid content.
You know, in all our excitement for the start of the NHL season yesterday afternoon,
Oh, yeah, it was in the afternoon.
you two forgot to pick a Stanley Cup winner. Take a look at the odds, and who do you like to win it all?
Well, the team, John, that won the first game of the year are the Panthers, and they are tied with the Oilers.
Did they end up winning that game?
They did. They won 3-2.
Okay.
Those teams are both at 8-1. Now, I know everyone's wondering, where are the Red Wings? They're at plus 15,000. They're not very good
Oh,
this
my
year.
God.
Holy crap, the Blackhawks have the lowest odds of anybody, plus 50,000 with the Sharks. I think this is the year it finally happens. Edmonton Oilers, Edmonton Oilers, Edmonton Oilers, number one. The 80s are back. The Oilers are winning. Canada finally gets its cup. Give me Connor McDavid. I was 60% of the way there. Connor McDavid and the Oilers lift the cup.
What about the Wild?
What about them?
What are their odds?
Plus 2,700, 27-1. Man, my Jets are only 17-1.
JETS.
And they're the same as the Maple Leafs. I mean, who in the hell is putting money on the Maple Leafs? They will never win. You want to talk about a team who never win a Natty or a
yes,
Stanley Cup?
yeah.
It'll be them because they can never.
You know what
do
they'll
it.
do, though? They'll get to a game 7, and then they'll lose in the most excruciating fashion possible. I wish that I could bet right now on the Maple Leaf season ending in a game 7, because I would, and they will.
I don't know if this is just because it's this season or it's unique to hockey, but look at the top 6 in the odds. They're all very tightly scrunched together.
Yes, they are.
Florida, Edmonton, 8-1. Dallas, 9-1. Carolina, Colorado, Vegas, plus 950. I mean, for a top 6, that seems
very
like a
scrunched.
really tight bunch.
My guess is because hockey is so unpredictable and weird. You know, like you get a hot goalie in April, May, and June, and you can go on a crazy run. It's very different than a lot of other sports. And that's talking hockey.
Last three-peat, are we going back to the
It might be
or not the Rangers, the Islanders? Or no, how many did Edmonton win?
I think it's the Oilers won 4 in a row at one point in time.
That's right, they did.
Yeah, so I think it might be them. I know the Red Wings won back-to-back in the 90s, but I don't think that we have seen I don't think we've seen that in a while.
Finally, boys, today marks the first of 49 consecutive days with a football game on.
Woo!
How will you celebrate?
Well, I will watch the football tonight because I love football. That will be a good time. By the way, John, the Oilers won 4 in 5. It is the Islanders. 81, 82, 83. They also won in 1980. I'll watch the football, and then I'll watch more football, and then I'll watch football, and I'll watch football, and I'll watch football, and I'll watch football, and football. I won't be watching no exhibition basketball games like John because I'm not a goober.
Wow, this is pretty interesting. So
He didn't even answer.
that's because I'm watching baseball, man.
Baseball. Or like fails ball.
All right, so you went from 4 in a row, Montreal,
When?
late 70s, to right into 4 in a row, Islanders.
Wow.
Right into 4
4
in
in
5
5.
years, Edmonton.
Dang. So you had 3 franchises that won a combined 12 cups.
And the team that won in between
Yeah, who was it?
was Montreal.
Oh my god.
So you only had 4 different cup champions from 1976 to 1988.
That is
only 4.
nuts. Also, it's crazy.
Or no, I'm sorry. No, 3, right? Yeah, because it's Montreal.
Yeah.
Edmonton. Yeah, it's only
Wow.
3 different cup champions in that span.
The Canadians have the most Stanley Cups. I think they have like 23. And they have not won one since 92, 93, somewhere in there.
Wow.
Yeah, they're like the Yankees.
Or almost like the Huskers.
No, they're like the Yankees. The Yankees have 27 World Series, Nick, but they have only won 1 since 2001. Yikes. I think about that a lot. You know, like I feel like
Yeah,
I'm living
24 cups.
I feel like I'm living in my worst timeline right now because the Cowboys have sucked. But all it takes is like 30 years from now, maybe they have a great run.
The Cowboys sucking is your barometer for this being the worst timeline?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I ask about the Wild because I don't watch hockey, but if I did, I would be a Wild fan.
Why?
I like their colors and their logo.
Nick can't ever just choose someone because of a player or because of history. It has to be a goofy thing.
Oh, look, they have a cool uniform.
They give out lollipops at their games.
That's how most people pick their first favorite sports
When
teams.
they're children, you're an adult male now.
I don't know any players.
You need to learn.
Hey, if you would like Nick Grimm to be a fan of your team, give out free lollipops at your game.
Or
I
ice
don't like
cream.
lollipops, John.
Speaking of giving things out, you can enter right now at 1620 The Zone for your chance to
Oh,
win
good.
2 tickets to the
Yeah.
Ultimate Blur tailgate party.
Yeah.
No idea if there will be lollipops there, but there will be John and Nick and Michael. Also, speaking of football, week 5, a 4-quarter pick'em is open. I have heard that Nick has picked some wild games in there. Don't pick like Nick. Make your picks now, though, to get a piece of the prize at 1620thezone.com.
Yeah, it's
Don't pick like currently third place Nick.
Yeah, but I've seen what you picked for this week's games. I don't think that you're doing some smart stuff there. Nick.
$250 a week for the winner. $250 a week.
$2.50.
Nope.
$200.50. $250.
That's what we usually say. And don't forget, John.
$200.50.
So
and don't forget, it's $2,500 for the winner.
Bingo.
The grand prize at the end of the year.
So keep playing every week.
Yes, that's the best part about this. It's not a you win and then you're done. No, keep playing. And then also, we keep saying it, but sign up for 1620 the email, because on Monday morning, next week's games will get emailed to you and you'll have first access to them. And the tiebreaker, again, this year, like last year, is earliest picks put in. So get that. You'll get the email. I get it every Monday morning, and I always think, wow, somebody is filling them out right now and they could win. How fun is that? I love giving away great content and prizes and things.
Yeah.
Good news for the Blue Jay basketball team. Owen Freeman, the Iowa transfer,
Yeah,
who's
how's he
been
doing?
out with after having off-season meniscus surgery.
Ouch.
Full participant at practice today.
What great news.
Go Hawks.
So
Basketball season is 4 months away. It'll be here before we know
So
it.
he was right and Mac was wrong.
Whoa.
Because he kept saying, I'm coming back early. I'm coming back early. I think
I don't
Mac
think
was
Mac's
just being
gonna like
cautious.
that.
I think Mac was just being cautious.
How are you going to talk about your friend like that?
Who? What?
Mac would never refer to John as a friend.
I'm talking to John, though. John would probably refer to him as
Hey,
a
Mac,
friend.
we're best pals.
And he'd be like, I know you.
I'm not your friend, guy.
You're terrible. You're just terrible. You're all terrible.
Sorry, John.
Just a terrible,
Well,
terrible.
you're the one disparaging your buddy.
I'm not disparaging anyone.
Mm.
I was just saying he was being more cautious. Owen was like, I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Speaking of
And
terrible,
he's back.
John, you know what you don't want to be?
A Milwaukee Brewer.
No, I was going to say
A Dallas Cowboy.
No, I was going to say
a Nazi.
Well, yes, you don't want to be that. But what I was going to say, Nick, let's make sure we cut it right here. You don't want to be a terrible driver, John. And this week's zone deal is a half-off deal from Jungle Driving School. You don't want to go out on the road. You certainly don't want
You
the
don't
first
want to
time
drive
team
like
drivers
the Dallas. You don't want to drive like the Dallas Cowboys play defense.
or like those other people that you mentioned. You can find out more information right now at 1620thezone.com. This week's half-off deal. How cool is that?
Very cool.
You know what we don't have to do during
that?
dinner? Come up with a different way to give out our Sandler tickets, because the Cubs actually scored more
This
than
is
3
unreal.
runs.
We were worried
Now,
that the Cubs were
they
going
ain't
to
gonna
score 2
any
runs.
more. They've already blown 2 other
here
scoring
we go.
opportunities. So
Your negativity
they're gonna
is
have to.
unrivaled.
I just know my
I bet
team.
that whole final Titans drive in the Super Bowl 34, you're like, oh, then we're going to lose. It's going to be over. It's going to be terrible. And then you didn't even get to enjoy the moment. And I know you did
No,
because you told me the story
you know
about
what?
the final play.
I did not get to enjoy the
refs were
moment
gonna get it
because I
wrong.
thought the refs were going to screw us.
Oh, God, what a terrible life you live. That is the most
Because
miserable
referees
existence.
are terrible people
And
who
then
do
they were
terrible
like-
things to people.
They were like, the game's over. The Rams won. And you were like, no, you're going to take this from me. And they were like, John, you won. And you're like, no, refs, I don't believe you. And Al Michaels was like, John Bishop, you are a Super Bowl champion. You're like, I don't believe you, Al.
You just never know when the refs are going to come in. You know, some idiot's going to buzz down from, we got a review.
They didn't have buzzers back then.
No, they didn't. They didn't. That's true.
But they did have dinner in 2000.
We did have dinner in 2000. I can't remember what we had at that Super Bowl party because you know
Josh
what?
probably knows.
I don't think I ate until after the game.
I remember where I watched it, but I don't remember what we had. Probably wings and pizza, probably. But yeah, you were probably sick. You probably had big game feels in your tum tum.
Yeah, I was pretty jacked up for that one.
Yeah, indeed.
It was pretty cool.
Should be.
It's cool to watch your team win a
Okay,
championship.
I hate your guts. Let's go to break.
What? It is. It's
I
just,
despise you. I hate everything you stand for. I want that feeling just one freaking time.
I stand for Josh Peterson.
And a win, not a loss. I don't want to make it and lose. I just want to win. God, I just want it once.
16-20 zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Yesterday was cheesy ham and potato casserole, which is one of our family favorites because I put a whole lot of Frank's Red Hot sauce on it, and it's good.
Hello. Was it tasty?
Oh, yeah, it always is.
What's tonight?
Don't know.
Hopefully a happy meal. Not a happy meal. And then a happy meal.
I'm going to go to McDonald's and get me a cheeseburger and small fry and some cookies and a tiny little baby drink and then some stupid toy.
I'm either going to do mac and cheese or breakfast for dinner. It's a game time decision.
It's a game time decision. Well, game time's coming.
Nice. Last night we went out to eat. I got this very good restaurant. I don't remember the name of it, but I got these blueberry barbecue pork shoulder. It was delicious.
Oh, that's right. It was date night because
Yeah.
your fiance's leaving you.
She's
for
gone.
the next
She's already gone.
week. Yeah.
Tonight, I don't know. I'm on my own. Probably sandwich.
All right.
Don't laugh, Nick, but tomorrow, Jake Butt on the